All right, all right. Um, just bear with me for a moment here. I just want to make sure I got everything, up and running smoothly. So, of course, I'm gonna start off with saying Shalom. I'd like to give all praise to Yahweh, Bahashem Yahweh Shai, Yahweh who the world ignorantly calls God, and Yahweh Shai who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. And and this is gonna be an open panel, but you see the title of the video, right? You see the title of the stream. It's Sovereign Soul Unchallenged Mind versus ETT and 2 Liter J. Now, for those who don't know what this is, this was basically like multiple streams that been happening for like the last week now. I know that Jay did 2 streams of his own with this character, right, where these guys went back and forth. And then I hopped on this guy's channel yesterday and we talked for like 3 hours. We had a 3 hour conversation. Um, so basically what this is gonna be is like an after party, right? An after show. So this is like the aftermath after the conversation. What do we give and take away from the dialogue? Because this cat is going around, talking shit, and acting like he's deep, like he knows something, which is truly laughable. And if you have not watched a conversation, between I myself and this individual, I highly recommend that you go ahead and watch that video, which I'll put it up on my page in the next couple of days. So you could always wait for that. But anyway, we're gonna get into it. So what I'm gonna do, just for my memory's sake, so I don't have to constantly phrase his name, I'm just gonna call him Soul, right? I'm gonna refer to him as Soul. But his YouTube channel, if you'd like to look him up, is named Sovereign Soul Unchanged Mind. That's the name of his YouTube channel. But I'm gonna call him Soul, just to keep it simple to understand. Yeah, Jay, take your time, man. Take your time. Yeah, I'll put a link in the chat for you. But if you need 15 minutes before you hop on, that's cool. Bear with me just a second. And then after we, get into the dialogue a little bit, then I'll open up the panel if anybody else wants to hop on. Rudy, I'll take questions after, man. But what's up, Rudy? How you doing? So as far as the stream discussion, which I unfortunately I cannot play for you the debate we had because I had to have a computer in order to do that, which unfortunately, of course, I don't have at my disposal. So all I can do is give commentary, from my perspective of the debate. However, the good news is, as I said earlier, the debate is free to watch on YouTube if you go to his YouTube channel, or it will be uploaded on my channel in the next couple of days, and on Sacramento Truth Movement's channel, which is the channel you might be watching this on, depending on what channel you clicked on the stream on, because it's on like 3 different channels. But anyway, going back to the conversation. And these cats over there, what boggled my mind, right? The thing that really, irked me, so to speak, or, rubbed me off the wrong way. It's like, this dude's on there, got like 60 people, 60, 70 people, watching the live stream as the conversations happen. And, I look over at the chat, and everybody's on there like, oh, these 2 guys, ETT and, Jay, these guys are like, some type of like troll actor agents, right? These guys are like some type of like agents or shills. And I'm thinking to myself, it's like, well, first of all, it's like, well, what do we say? Speaking of me particularly, right? Because this is my first time, even in the arena over on this channel, right? This is the first time that I have ever went on his page, right? So if you're gonna make the stance about both of us, it's like, say for example, if we would just pick me out of the 2 of us and say, okay, well, what evidence do you have that I myself, ETT, a random guy on the internet, am some type of like shill? It's like while you're at that, could you also explain what that means exactly? Like what does it mean for somebody to be a shill? I mean, shit, if somebody is paying me to you know, give out false information, shit, I'm still waiting to receive my first payment, speaking for myself. But it's asinine because all these dudes are in the comments, repeating the same bullshit. It's like, it's like you guys sound like a bunch of, children, just repeating what this guy on YouTube is saying, right? This dude, Soul. It's like these people can't even think for themselves. And then we'll get into some of the completely laughable and preposterous, things that these guys, were talking about, particularly Soul, but some of his flunkies hopped on the stream. But Soul's the main guy that we're talking about here, right? So I want to point this out, right? As here it is, they'll be on there, to point out all the Mandela effects in the Bible, right? So-called Mandela effects in the Bible. But the ironic part is they don't believe in the Bible, right? They don't believe in the Bible, but yet they'll spend all their time trying to, quote unquote, study the Bible. Because I believe that this guy believes that Apostle Paul is like a false apostle. Well, it's like, well, shit, he rejects the Bible in general. So yeah, off face value alone, he would say that Paul's writings are not inspired because the God of the Bible don't exist from his perspective. But he's saying, from a Christian perspective, that Paul is uninspired, which is clearly incorrect. But you see what he's doing, and I've seen cats do this all the time, right? They play semantics. Like this guy, what he tried to do is say, well, see, Paul is a false man of God because we see Paul persecuting the church. So see that this man, wasn't this holy person. I'm thinking to myself, it's like when you read the story of Apostle Paul, right? He started off, persecuting the church, but then later on, as it was on his way to, persecute more Christians, he got converted, to Christianity, right, and the belief in Christ. So once he was converted, from being an unbeliever to a believer, he didn't go around killing Christians anymore. So there was a point when he did kill Christians, but he wasn't going around doing that after he was converted. So for you to make a statement and say, "Oh, well, Paul was a false apostle," because well, he went around and killed people. It's like, well, that's not a fair argument because that happened before he was changed into a man of Christ. So again, it's just the semantics that these dudes are playing is just so ass backwards and just so full of holes. It's just so unbelievable. And anybody who's listened to that conversation, I mean, you see, man, I cut this guy deep, right? This guy got his ass cut to shreds in the conversation, which we all saw it coming, right? All the cats who wanted me to hop on there, we saw it coming from a mile away. This guy was easy work. There's nothing deep about this guy, Silver Rain Souls. There's nothing deep about this character. I mean, you could beat this guy, with your eyes closed and your hands behind your back. It's so easy. All you have to do is use logical reasoning to refute the points that this guy is using on almost everything he says. It's so simple to do. Unbelievable. Let's hit some comments. Faith Missile. When open panel time comes around, click the link. Come hop up on here. Yeah, what's up, MIA? Right, military Israelite agents. I'm just messing with you, brother. I'm just messing with you. Hey, how's it do? How you doing, man? Long time no see. What's up, LOP? Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. I hear you. That's what you got to do, in these trying times. Like shit, man. I was just watching, catching up on, what's been going on and over in like what is it, France? Right over in France. There's these all these riots going on now because something happened where, police they shot and killed a person during a traffic stop, right? So they shot and killed this dude. So now, for the last couple of nights, people been in an uproar over there. There's been like 1,000 people, arrested. There's been buildings burned down, cars set alight, people getting shot. Oh, but don't forget though, don't forget this. Remember, just like, Primal Man, professing preterist, Pastor William Bell, um, what's this other cat? Um, what's that guy? Eric, I believe his name is. But all of these dudes, we don't have to name everybody, but all of these cats that, stop in the comment section, these guys are going around telling you that this is the kingdom of heaven, right? So those people living over there in in France right now, where all these riots and uprisings are taking place with all this violence out in the streets, people getting shot, people getting arrested, cars being burned. That this is the kingdom of heaven. It's like and what really boggles my mind is you have these people going around everywhere. Like, I mean, I'm not even joking around. There are more people that call themselves full preterists than there are people who call themselves Hebrew Israelites. Like, I'm not even joking around. Based on my years of experience on YouTube, I run into more people who call themselves to be full preterists than people who confess to be Hebrew Israelites. As far as the people who I interact with on the internet, such as, having a dialogue. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that's insane right there. That is just unbelievable how these dudes could go around with all the shit in the world going on. You got young, healthy people, in their, 20s, early 30s, dropping over dead, due to, heart failure and shit, which we all know what's going on with that. I can't mention it here, but you get what I'm saying. You know what I'm going into. We know why it's going on, right? Young, healthy, fit people found dropped over dead. It's like shit. Something weird's going on, and the fact that people can't see that is just mind blowing. Like these dudes I mentioned earlier, Primal Man, he'll be like, oh, it might seem bad, but remember, this is eternity right now. We're living in eternity. You know, this is kingdom of heaven on earth. Just get comfortable because, this is the end all be all. So it's just completely ridiculous. But this is the bullshit that people are going around talking about. Then you got dumbasses like going back to the main, clown of the hour, right? The Silver Rain Soul character. Which when I went on there, let me say this: when I went on there with him, I could already tell that this was like a one-sided conversation. I mean, hey, look, he is one deep, but I am two deep. Right? Silver Rain Soul, he is one deep, but I am too deep for his ass. I am too deep for his ass. And that's a damn shame. That's a damn shame that this dude in his late 60s could get his ass steamrolled by a dude that's 20. But that just shows, man, that these people don't know what the hell they're talking about. Can get schooled in any, field of theology. And the part that boggles my mind, as I said earlier, is you have these zombies in the comment section who will just, defend this character and just regurgitate whatever he says, no matter how preposterous or laughable that it is. Such as, let me give you an example. There was a part in the stream where we start talking about the September 11th events that took place. And which I'll watch what I say, right? I'll watch what I say for the YouTube. But but going with that, right? Because he asked me like, what are some conspiracies that you believe? So I named off a couple. One of them was, about this whole, September, 11th, 2001, about how, I told him my belief about it. That the U.S. government was involved. And he agreed on that, but the part where he totally lost all touches with reality is where he made a statement and said, "Well, there were no planes used." When he said that, I was like, "Oh, wait a second, hold on a second, hold on a second," because I've heard people say this. I've heard people before on the internet go around and make ridiculous claims that, yeah, in September 11th there were no planes that were actually used that hit the two towers. Um, But I find that absolutely to be very laughable and very hypocritical for anybody to make such a statement with that. So when he said that, I had to school his ass, right? I had to, press him on that to explain to me like, how is that so? How does that make sense? Because you see, when I look at this, right, and then he had dumbasses in the comment section saying, "Oh, we'll see what ETT is running with the initial story. ETT is running with the mainstream narrative." It's like, what the hell are you talking about? It's like, dude, I literally said that, of course, there's a conspiracy involved with the situation, of course. So just off of the very word itself, conspiracy, right? A conspiracy, to put it into simple terms, right? If me and another person come together and come up with, a belief that goes against the official narrative that we're being told, that's a conspiracy, right? By meaning of what the word means, right? So we're clearly questioning the mainstream narrative. But since I'm saying that real planes were used, oh, I'm some type of shill. I'm being paid by somebody because I believe that real planes were used on this attack. It's like what type of dumbass would say something so ridiculous as that? But here's the main kicker. This is the kick in the balls, right? This is the kick in the nuts to this character and the bullshit that he's saying. That this is a cannonball through his ass right here. Put it in simple terms. If no planes were used, how do we deal with the fact that we have hundreds of people that recorded this event taking place? And I'm not talking about news stations. Even if you wanted to use the bullshit and say, "Oh, well, I don't believe any footage on TV," even if you want to go with that statement just for argument's sake, how do you deal with the hundreds of videos that we have from random people who were, on vacation to New York, or people who worked in the area who had some type of phone, who started to record the event when it started to unfold? Because this is not something that happens every day, right? So people, with the recorders they had, cameras they had back then, of course they weren't as, sophisticated as what we have today, but there were still cameras that people had on them, especially in New York City, right? The tourist uh, capital of the world, right? So with this being said, how do we deal with the fact that there are hundreds of videos recorded by random onlookers of this event where they record these planes hitting the towers, especially the second plane, right? So it's like, how do we deal with that? If are all of those people lying about something? Are they all involved in the massive conspiracy? Oh wait, don't let me forget this. Maybe it was the Mandela effect that added the plane there to deceive us all. That's what this dumbass. Don't get me wrong. That might be his next go-to. When I cut his ass to shreds with his statement about there being no planes, maybe his dumbass is gonna come on next and say, "Well, actually, the Mandela effect added the plane there. So see, it's uh, you're wrong." These guys are just unclear within their own heads as to what they believe. And I was very friendly with this character. I was very friendly, but every time I go to speak, they'll be there, talking shit and want to talk over me. But if I do it to them just one time, then they'll be like, "Oh, you can't do that, you can't do that." And shit, there was one point in the stream, which may I mention this, that when I went on the stream, I did not agree to speak about any particular subject. I did not agree to come talk on the Mandela effect. I didn't come on to talk about, certain laws in the Bible. I didn't come on to talk about, any particular subject in general. I just joined so we could have a dialogue because, one of my buddies, Jay, was just on with him actually earlier that morning, and I watched the conversation they had. It was a fair, back and forth discussion. But yeah, I had a couple questions for him. But jumping from certain subjects to different subjects. But there came a point in the stream where he was running because earlier in the stream we talked about the Mandela effect because it was asking me something about it. But then later on it started to change to where we talked about theological beliefs, right? So he made a statement and said there's actually three gods in the Bible. And may I also mention he doesn't believe in the Bible. He just studies the Bible. So he don't believe the Bible is actually, truly inspired, right? He don't believe that Christ was the Son of God. He don't believe any of that. Just remember that, right? So he's on there saying that, well, there's three gods in the Bible. So I ask him, it's like, okay, could you explain this? Like, how and why are there three gods in the Bible? Like, can you demonstrate this? Then he'll go on to say, well, you see, there's a God who brings evil and destruction upon people. Then there's a God who is all about, love and peace. But then 5 minutes later, as we're having a conversation, he says, well, yeah, the God of the Bible deals with duality, right? He deals with duality, right? There's good, and then there's also, evil. So it's like, wait a second. It's like you clearly cut yourself because you just said that there's two or three different gods. One's good and the other one's bad. But now you're agreeing that the God of the Bible has duality. For example, he both loves and he also hates. So he cut his ass to shreds with that. Yo, Jay, what's up, man?
What's up, man? I thought it was backstage. I didn't know it lets me on automatically. That's cool. I think it's because it's the same account. But what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, you're loud and clear on mine. Am I coming through clear?
Yeah, no, you sound good, man. You sound good, man. That was some good shit, man. I think that's the best you have came across. I think that's like like we're hitting the mainstream truther narrative now, like where these are the listeners of the mainstream ones, but these are the listeners who have pages. You know what I mean? So
Right.
they entertain the same audience as the big truthers do. You know what I mean?
Right. Now, dealing with the discussion, because I know you came in rather late. Did you get to go back and listen to the initial start of the
I
conversation too? Did
downloaded
you
the
get
whole thing, man.
Oh, okay, cool, cool.
Yeah,
Did you get a
no, I
chance
was
to listen to it?
I cut out like 10 minutes after you were guys talking about September 11th. But
Right.
no, man, you were well. That I don't know if the three gods of the Bible were before or after that. But no, that was a heated discussion, and
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think necessarily they lost that discussion.
Wait, Jay. I don't know if you call this part, but me and LOP were laughing about this earlier. There's a part on the stream where he mentions that something along the lines of Jesus doesn't kill because I asked him, well, what
Yeah, no,
about earlier?
that's something they've been bringing up, man. I don't mean to cut you off, but that's something they've been bringing up, and
Right,
they go back to that Luke 19 verse where it says
right.
Jesus is gonna, talking about the sword and killing. I can't necessarily paraphrase the verse for you, but I can summarize it. They're saying, well, what happened to
Yes,
turning the other cheek?
I know.
You know what I mean?
The audience.
What's that?
Here, give me here. Hold on, just 1 second. Let me pull it up real quick. Hold on.
All right, you cut out a second, man. I don't know if you're backed out or something.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, do you want me to bring up the verse?
I got it right here, pulled up on the side. Let me read it real quick.
All right.
And it's ironic you mentioned this because I was literally about to say this is what I asked him about when he mentioned that Christ
Oh wait, no,
won't
hold on.
kill
One
either
thing, real
someone to
quick
the
though, man. One thing to
yep.
throw in there, real quick though. They're saying that this verse initially wasn't there because boom, Mandela effect. They say, what happened to turning the other cheek? We thought Jesus was a pacifist, and I'm like, no, I thought Jesus was always a warrior priest, a king priest, and he's a warrior. What about
Right.
in the Revelation when he's coming back to slay his enemies? Take hold of these other nations. And rule. With the rod of iron and stuff like that. What happened to this conqueror on a conquest? And they say, oh no, and then they go back and refute any Paul too. Just to throw that out there.
Right, right. I mentioned that a few minutes before you hopped on, but we can touch on it. But for the audience, I'll read the verse, Luke chapter 19, verse 27, red letter, Christ speaking. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay them before me. So in the conversation I had with, which I'm referring to him as soul, to keep it simple, right? So in our conversation, we brought this verse up and I was asking him, going back and forth, showing him where Christ is going to kill, such as I mentioned Matthew chapter 25, starting at verse 31 on down, where you had these two groups of believers. The one group, they did the works that Christ said to do. The other group said they believed, but they didn't. So Christ sent his angels to gather them up and to send them into a punishment. So I showed him there, well, see, this is Christ, throwing these people into a punishment. And then a minute later, he threatens me and says, "Well, if you don't get back on topic, I'll kick you from the stream." It's like, but wait a second, bro. It's like for the last 15 minutes, the topic we've been having a conversation about is not the Mandela effect, but the topic is actually about, does Christ kill? That's what we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes. So really, what was happening is he was getting his ass cut to shreds. So since he didn't want to look bad to the audience who was watching us, he wanted to say, well, let's get back to the only topic I know, aka the Mandela effect, or I'll kick you from the stream because you're sharing too much information. So he clearly knew that he was losing that debate. So that's why he threatened to kick me off. Go ahead.
Right, man. Right. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say something really quick, man. It shouldn't take very long. Um, how long were you planning on going live for?
I can, let's see, it's a half an hour now, so I got some time. I don't have to hop off yet. Go ahead.
All right, man. I wrote this out earlier, so it should come across a little differently from usually what I talk about. But I just want to say, I just want to make a statement. These people claim you have to have receipts when claiming somebody is an agent, or need to be familiarized with that kind of topic, trying to dismiss something, a subject as a psyop or any kind of nonsense situation. But yet, as we've seen recently, they're throwing that same accusation, same logic at me and you. I don't know if you've seen it, man, but they're calling you and me agents now. Poof,
Right.
came out of nowhere. But yet, 3 days ago or 4 days ago, this whole week, the whole brief discussion on how all this started was me entering that guy's live stream and claiming that Brian Stabley was a psyop, pushing a government. No, Brian Stabley is a government employee, or maybe he's not. He fell for the narrative, but I claimed the Mandela effect was a psyop, and that he is a Mossad agent. You know what I'm saying? An agent, a shield. And they say, "Oh, where's your proof? You have to have receipts." But yet now they're using that same, hearsay, logic at me and you. I don't know if you've seen that. I think you did.
Right, right. And there's a point that I call him out because it's funny. You see this cat on there. He's a flat earther, but yet he's using a NASA green screen in the background with the globe Earth. So I joked with him and said, "Well, wait a second. Wait a second. Here's the funny part. I called him out on this, and he got his ass cut to shreds. It's like, wait. So if you're gonna look at me and Jay and call us, we're shills and all agents. But
He's
wait,
up
by the
here
same
talking
line of
about how
logic.
he's in league with Masons and he's throwing up like hand signs and
Wait.
stuff. We can run with that too.
Right, wait, but real quick, it's like, wait a second. By the same line of logic, couldn't somebody claim that he's a shill because he's on here? He's claiming to be a flat earther. But yet he's sitting on here with a green screen behind him of the globe Earth. So couldn't somebody call him a shill for showing that on stream? So this dude just don't know what the hell he's talking about, man. I mean,
Right.
this is just unbelievable. Now, a few other things. Did you get to see our conversation about the September 11th?
Yeah, no, man, I was about to touch on that. I just want to get across a couple other things
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to bring
Yep,
into like the forefront of this
go ahead.
discussion here on this stream. Um, yeah, no, man, he's sitting here with that same kind of logic where I threw at all of them, especially their hero, and they say you got to have receipts, but then they do it to us. But yet here we are, the most genuine looking people as can be. This sovereign soul guy, that sovereign, I don't know what you're referring to him as, but this dude, soul. This guy doesn't necessarily seem to care what people think about him. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we've been saying here and there whatever anything about his appearance. Perry came on, started talking shit. He kind of got a little heated, but then so
Right.
would I, so would you.
Yo, real quick,
But
is this Sage in the background that this guy finally bring on? You know this guy, right?
let me look. Yeah, then no, that's him.
Okay, okay, I'll bring him in. Just hold on a sec. Okay, okay, Sage, you're in the show.
What up, guys?
What's up?
Oh, not shit, bro. Just came, stopped by, said what's up to Jay.
What's up, man? Hold on, just let me get my point across a little bit more.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
All right, man. So I was saying this guy, this sovereign soul, this old guy, he doesn't necessarily seem to care what people think about him, or like what people say about his appearance, or his anything regarding his characteristics. But what's funny, however, it's when people's ideals and their heroes and their idolized subjects of discussion come under attack, then they'll get offended. So when we sit up there, we start talking about him. He doesn't necessarily seem to care what we say about him or his page, but he does get mad when you talk about Brian Staveley or say anything negatory about the Mandela effect. You know what I'm saying? Like you can clearly see that. We can do that with anybody, and they'll go down that deflection, trying to gather a mindset of discussion and debate, and then come back with that and try to, refute everything, the claims and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's what happens when you have beliefs, bro. That's why
Yeah,
it's
man.
better to just have ideas.
But we seen that through this last week, man. From what we've encountered, you know, another thing, he claims that he's shadow banned, but yet he does fairly well with number wise and viewerships. He's a small channel. He probably has like a small audience of familiar people that he's with, but yet he's a video content creator, but he's also a viewer of a guy that pushes the Mandela effect by Brian Stabley. So their audience is back to back. That's why we see numbers there. It's Brian's audience, and then a combination of both. So necessarily, he may not be shadow banned. I just want to say he may not be shadow banned. Clearly, most of us are right here. That's why I try to branch out to other platforms to direct people back to YouTube, and also there. That's why I got 4 Instagram accounts. So necessarily, his channel isn't shadow banned, but yet his topics of discussion are. So I guarantee if he talks about something else, it might do fairly well. You know what I'm saying? That's like with my third page. It's the subjects are shadow banned topics, but they haven't out flat banned shadow banned me from the algorithm. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of his situation right there. And then another thing, he claims that using Google is evilish and will discredit anything that somebody uses by just having Google and using it. You use Yandex is what he said, or use
Yeah, but
DuckDuckGo.
it's like you use a book, bro. I mean, the same can be said of the book.
True, man. Definitely, definitely. But one thing he said, I don't know what he's thinking though. I said, where he says, where are you using what are you using to find sources on the Mandela effect? I'm saying I'm using Google to navigate me to certain stuff, but I think he's thinking that people really go on Google and are
And
typing in
just go based off the first answer that they
exactly.
find.
That's
Yeah.
that's what I think he is. He's thinking somebody goes on Google, types in Mandela effect, type in, and then boom, Wikipedia, 3 sentences. Mandela effect is a conspiracy, and I think that's necessarily what he's thinking that we're doing. No, like I grew up watching shit like this. So when I say I'm familiarized with this kind of stuff, as a viewer, all of us were. You were Sage, so was
Oh
ETT.
yeah.
It's just like
Oh, yeah.
9/11, just like all this other stuff.
Here, let
Illuminati
me just get
exposed
a
videos.
statement on this real quick. I don't mean to cut you
Nobody
off, but
does that.
I had to mention this because you just brought up about Google. I don't know if you got to see this part in the conversation, but I clearly cut him on this. What happened was I called him out and said, "Well, yeah, you're saying no, we can't go to use Google, get information from there." But guess what? In the stream, he went to Google to get information
Yeah, I
about
seen
the
that.
topic. So I was like, well, wait a second, how the hell
He's
could you
dude.
come
A
on and
lot of
say
those
to
people
Jay
are just
that you can't
hypocrites,
do
man.
it?
He is.
But
He
then you
definitely
go
is.
around a hypocrite, man. It literally makes no
He,
sense.
he
Yeah,
got mad at
I've
me
seen a
for
lot of that,
basically
bro.
claiming Brian Stabley is Mossad agent. He got mad at me for making a statement off of an assumption, a vibe, as I put it, and he keeps going back to that vibe, like that. So for some reason, that got him heated mentally, emotionally. That hurt him in the feelings for talking about Brian Stabley. A vibe I got, a quote on vibe. He keeps mentioning that. You go back and he'll probably reference again in the stream he's doing tonight. It's not about us. It's about somebody else. But I guarantee you will be the topic of discussion or reference throughout the 7 hours he does, his
Right,
live stream for. But one thing though, you know, it's hypocritical. He's saying you gotta have receipts when you make a statement like that. His exact words, but yet here he is last night and on my stream calling me an agent, calling two other people up there an agent, going off of some claim that somebody said in the comments about Perry. I'm like, have you done any research? Do you even know who Perry is? Do you know what his theology is? That's why they say that kind of stuff. I'm not
Because
defending the
yeah,
guy. I'm not
right,
defending the
right,
guy, but do a little research. Now you're going off of what you just hear, and we can make a
right. Let
whole
me comment
stream.
on that
Hold
real
on, man.
quick.
Hold on, man.
Yeah,
I don't want to lose my train of thought. We can make a whole
yeah.
discussion on you doing that, and then bam, we'll have you looking stupid, old man. But no, it's hypocritical. You gotta have receipts when you make a claim saying somebody's a shield agent, government employee. But yet here he is, right here saying it about me and about you, man. Hypocritical.
Let me build off of that. Because going with Perry, right? Well, we know this was his first interaction with him because when Perry hopped on your stream, Soul was like, well, who the hell is this cat? Meaning what? That he didn't know who he was prior to the stream. So then what he did is he just looked his name up, probably on Google, inside joke. But anyway, um, then he'll just read about what people said about him, and then he'll roll with that without doing any type of research into it. But then another ironic part is then you had people in his comment board when we and him were live. I had to pay attention to this because this was laughable. You had people going around saying, oh well, ETT is very suspicious because he's not actually showing his face. And then I'm thinking to myself, it's like, well, dude, if you just go to my
Your
page, what
face
you
is
would
your
see
profile picture. As
well,
me.
hold on. Let me finish real quick. Well, they'll claim that I took this off the internet and just using a random person's picture. But then the point that I try to make to them is like, dude, you can prove I am who I'm saying I am because if you
Go to
go to
your
my
page.
channel, literally like 7 videos ago, I show my face in real time on video. But they didn't know that, so they're just sitting there talking shit about something they clearly can prove wrong by just going to my channel and looking at my videos. So they're sitting here, acting like we got something to hide, but yet with a simple search, they can clearly show that we are who we say we are. So it just shows
I
Right,
that the
man.
more
forgot
you
whose
say that,
stream I was in, but there was someone's stream I was in, and someone was calling ETT an agent, saying that they were like trying to brainwash Jay, and I was like, bro, that dude has known Jay for like longer than I've known Jay. I was like, he's a real ass person. They just thought you
Yeah.
were like a bot or like an agent or some shit. I was like, nah, that's a real ass dude. Like, the fuck?
right?
Oh yeah, I don't know about that, but I just want to throw one thing out there. It just came to mind. I was thinking about it earlier. His audience may be large due to him being associated with a shadow banned YouTuber, but he's been around for years, so he has like that status. So people would be looking him up. There's probably about 15 people a month that casually look up his name and follow him who haven't seen him in years. That's evident, and he's still big. He's on other sorts. He's on Rockfin, like Russian Vid. He streams. He's a big name. He's Mandela Effect guy. When you think of Mandela Effect, and you know who Brian Stabley is, you correlate those back together. You know what I'm saying? So, his audience is a mixture of maybe both people finding him and being introduced to Brian Staveley, and vice versa to him, Soul. But yet, his audience, they seem to be mid-age, from people in like maybe their mid-30s to two people said 63 and somebody else said 58. And to be honest, from the people he has on panel, they seem to be very unfamiliarized with what's going on and the topics of discussion. And I don't want to throw any allegations or be disrespectful anyway, but they're kind of like, how would I say, not very wise, as I would say off stream.
Right.
He caters to, well, he streams and does stuff to people that don't know very much. They seem like very sweet people, like that Dreamy Lynn lady. She's very nice. She was very respectful to me when I was on there the first time, and I even subscribed, and she even checked out. I don't know if she left already, but she was very nice and trying to see my understanding. So I got to give them that. They're very nice people. A lot of people are, but she seemed like a very sweet older lady. But like his audience seems not to know very much.
Right,
and
right.
and we
I mean,
seen that last
and
night
and
with you,
and,
man.
and again, it's like as I said, Jay. It's funny because everything that this guy is saying, the audience will sit there and say, "Oh, yep, yep, this is true." ETT. This guy must be some type of troll agent actor simply because he's asking serious questions that we won't even let him speak to form a sentence before we jump in. But then if I do it to them, they'll be, they'll sit there and talk shit about me. But yet, when I'm in the middle of speaking, every single time, they'll interrupt and ask me a question when I'm in the middle of trying to form a sentence, but then they'll
And
get
that's
mad
why I
when I know the
hopped on
sentence
at
is
that
finished.
time and did the same thing back to them. And he wasn't having any of that. He banned me from his stream. I cannot enter any more streams on this account that me and you share right now because he blocked it. If you click the StreamYard link that he puts, it will say you are banned from joining this call. And I'm like, you're doing a stream talking about me, but yet you're refusing any intellectual discussion from me to, present myself. If you're gonna gossip, you know, at least have me there. Like, if he stops by, he's allowed to come on here.
Like Jay, you know what is so delusional and ridiculous? These guys in his comment section were like, guys like ETT, he's pushing the mainstream narrative, right? ETT is pushing the mainstream narrative. Say for an example, like when we were talking about whether you pick the dinosaurs or whether you pick the September 11th, people were saying about both things. They were saying simply because even though ETT don't hold the same views as what we're being taught in school about these things, simply because I disagree with them on one or two points, that means that I'm pushing the mainstream
That's like the
narrative.
Mandela effect with me and them. Just because I don't believe it doesn't mean they don't have to believe in it. One of my subscribers the other day, Jeannie or Gianni, I can't pronounce the name. Sorry if you're watching. But she asked, "Hey Jay, I have evident, experience with the Mandela effect. I'm at a crossroads." I told her, "You're free to believe with whatever you want to believe in. I'm not pushing any kind of idea on you. I'm just somebody with a YouTube page expressing how I feel and what I think. You don't have to change anything about yourself. That's the wonderness and the gift of, just not I don't even want to say the law of the land because where you are it could be different. I'm in America, but just the God-given right to have an expression, you know, even have that, even if it, I think it's wrong. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right, right. But yeah, man, it's just and it really pisses you off at times. It's like here you have all these cats in the comment section, and these guys on stream there talking smack. But then when you actually go up to challenge them on the things they're saying, then they'll back down and won't want to have a conversation. Such as when I called his ass out about him saying that Luke 19:27 that doesn't add up with the Jesus of the Bible. I go on to call him out on it, and then he's like, well, I'll kick you off the stream if you don't get back on topic. So it shows you that these guys, they'll sit there and act deep, like they're on a level. But then when
Right.
somebody has the nuts to actually challenge them on what they're saying, then they'll back out and won't want to have a conversation about
S- See, you know what's funny though is these are the people who don't really know a biblical narrative and they run with whatever they hear. Now, they think of Jesus as this pacifist because that's what they've been indoctrinated with. But yet they need to realize a kind of Judeo complex to it is that the Messiah was supposed to be a priest, a kingly priest, both houses of Israel. So he was the priest and he was also a king. He was on a conquest. So if we look at his characteristics, we can see that he was a vicious person. And what's funny though is because I bet even Sage, even though he doesn't follow necessarily the Bible, but more or less characters from it as people to look forward to, if you want to put it like that. I may be phrasing that wrong. I'll let him discuss what he believes in like that. But even he can believe that Jesus, I guarantee you, would come back. If people were messing with shit, he would grab a sword and put up defense.
Yeah, I don't think Jesus would have been a pussy like that.
Exactly.
But
But that's what they're following, though. They say the verses that say where he says slay your enemies, or any kind of evil characteristics that narrate him to that, are Mandela effect. Those were never there. What happened to turn the other cheek? And the other thing is that he threw this in last night. There's now 3 gods of the Old Testament and the New Testament. There's 3 gods of the Bible. One's all good, then there's another one, and then there's one who does like all evil. And so that God of the Revelation and talk about like slaying, that's not Jesus. That can't be Jesus.
I think maybe he's like read a little bit too much into things,
speaking.
and now he's just like lost.
What's that?
I said maybe he's just like read too many things, and now he's just lost. Like it's
That's
too
what
much
I feel like.
information. It's just like too overwhelming. You know what I mean? It happens a lot when people get into like theology, for example. Like they start looking at Christianity, and then they get into Gnosticism, and then they get into alchemy, and the rabbit hole just goes deeper and deeper, and then they're just like fucking lost. They're just like, oh my God, I don't know what to think anymore. You know what I mean? So it's like people that can't divulge bullshit from like actual reality. I don't know. People are just fucked, man, when it comes to this kind of thing.
Yeah, no, man. I just want to say one more.
Too literally, bro. Like with religion and shit like that, man. Like it's not. You don't know if it's that literal, bro. You weren't there when this shit was written down.
Right. No, I just want to make
a grain of salt, my boy.
Definitely. I want to make one more statement before anybody moves on, because I'm about to lose my train of thought. I know it. But I just want to say, this whole Mandela effect, the one thing, the Mandela effect in itself is not really hard to disprove. I mean, you can believe it. There may be some kind of correlation you can pinpoint together with whatever you believe. You know what I'm saying? But there may be a deep rabbit hole, to bring that to discussion. But in reality, it's not really deep. Unless they make it seem very deep. There's a narrative behind it. You know what I'm saying? Like there may be some really
to like base your whole fucking existence.
Exactly, and that's what they seem to. They say they talk about other topics, but that seems to be their main focus. Right, you know what I'm saying? It's not. Right. It's not really that deep unless you make it appear that deep, and that's what they do.
Like something you asked them, Jay, when you had the conversation with them. And they didn't really give a good answer to it. You asked them, hypothetically speaking, right? Hypothetically speaking, if the Mandela effect was actually real, like how does that change reality? Right.
Exactly.
That's my favorite fucking question about almost any of this stuff. Like, what if it is real? How does that change anything? What are you gonna do about it?
And
not shit.
It's not really nothing to worry about. There's a lot more worse shit to worry about.
There's crazy shit going on like that you can actually see day by day, and you're worried about the fucking Bernstein Bears' spelling being changed.
Well, that's what I
on.
mean. There's a deep rabbit hole behind it. I'm not disputing that whatsoever, but
Right,
it's
right,
not deep unless he makes it, and other people like Brian Stabler or anybody else, to make it seem that deep. When in reality, it's not. It's not like the 9/11 truth where it goes as deep from an inside job, and then you get into like the Rob Skiba kind of side of stuff where
right.
it
Then it
it
gets
goes
deeper and
from
deeper. Yeah, it goes
it
from
goes
minute.
it
Yeah,
goes from like side avenues from 9/11 being an inside job to like Rob Skiba's side of stuff where it's not it was an inside job, but it's more than that. It was to
oh yeah,
mask
yeah.
it was to mask the real birth date of Jesus Christ from a holy day to a memorial day, if that makes sense. That's the summarized
Oh,
version of what
totally.
Rob
Yeah,
Skiba says, and I believe that because if you go back and some of these people, they talk about how Christ couldn't be born during December, and then you get into all these Egyptian and Kemetic gods and all these other gods that were born around that time during late December. But then when
right.
you have all these people, I can't source it. I'm speaking hypothetically. You have all these individuals who say, "Yeah, no, Christ couldn't be born around December," and then you go back to that one K Reno song where he referenced the herders wouldn't have their flocks out in the winter, and then you have all these people going back. Yeah, Christ may have been born between maybe October and September. And then you have September 11th, a national event, with a lot of significance behind it and references in movies that
Yeah,
were
it's like a
building up to
vindicated
that
month.
event.
Yeah.
That was Christ's birthday, man. And I brought that onto their discussion. And one of the dudes up there, his name was Faux Sheezy. He's like, that's one of the most whack jaw theories I've heard in a while. Well, I mean, are you willing to listen to me? I multiple times have tried to get into it. I got to get into the rhythm to, present my arguments, but I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
there's that, but it doesn't. There's the discussion of the subject of the Mandela effect isn't necessarily deep. There may be a deep rabbit hole, but it's only deep like that unless they make it appear like that. But it can be easily disputed with logistics. Like when Perry came on, he asked him, "Hey, do you remember the first national foreign war, something like that on
No, the question
U.S.
was
soil?"
the
The question
question
was
was
the
what was
first
the first attack on
attack
Yeah,
on U.S.
exactly.
soil. Yeah.
And Perry said, I want to say Pearl Harbor, but I know it's not. And Perry joined within the last minute he hopped on in the first minute he hopped on the stream. He left a comment like 3 minutes before that, but that discussion was like 25 minutes before he came on. So he couldn't have heard what he said. He couldn't have. You know what I'm saying? Unless he
Right.
went back afterwards and seen it. But no, Perry got him on that one right there. You got to leave it like that. He
let,
took
let, let me
what
point
he hit him with that challenger deep kind of, home of that spiritual KO. But I just want to bring one more thing in before I give up on what I'm saying. Is the Mandela effect is deep, but it's not deep unless they make it seem deep like that. It's not like 9/11 where you have all these different rabbit holes from like inside job to government, if it's planes or if it was CGI, or going into Christ's real birth date. Or it's not like that Saturn shit where you have a foreign god deeply rooted in cultures and religions and lands, deeply coded with cube symbology and hexagons and shit and all these different stuff. You have your own take on what
The
you think about the
cube.
Star of David. But that stuff will take you down a rabbit hole, multiple actually. You'll go down a rabbit hole, you'll turn left, boom, now you turn right. Then you turn right, now boom, you turn left again. And then boom, you hit a crossroads. Now you got to go down both of those individually and then backtrack because there may have been some shit you left out. That shit took me a while to, get into. And then I started looking into the Old Testament, all these different. Saturn was necessarily during ancient times a star god instead of a planet god. And you got all these different Old Testament gods in different cultures and lands. These names referenced in the Old Testament, Molech. If you look into the terminology and the historically name to that, goes back to Saturn because they'll
Fucking
correlate it back
shit.
to the Chronos in the Greeks. But I mean, it goes deep. You'll hit a bunch of rabbit holes and shit. But if you see what I mean, You know, the Mandela effect is one of those that hasn't necessarily been thought out too well. You know, and that's why I necessarily think it's a government psyop. You know, planted here to discredit the stuff that necessarily the larger topics we talk about. If you see what I mean, alone these government planted narratives are weak with logic. And that guy says, run it with the logistics, run it with that logic, and necessarily they're not doing it. They have a what would I say a predetermined notion that the Mandela effect is this big ass thing, when in reality there may be some core hitting arguments behind it, but they all fail because there's a lot of different proportions to bring into discussion. I like to use that one that he said you can't reference that when you were in school and then they had you back to back with your buddy, and then they would whisper, the teacher would whisper in your ear, "Hey man, I got coffee," and then there's like 10 or 11 different kids, and then they're whispering in their ear, and then when I do that, I purposely say something stupid so the kid on the end would blurt it out. And so they say, "Hey, tell him this," and we whisper it, and then I would say something totally different. The telephone game is what they called it. That necessarily is a good example to what could be played. Back then it could have been Lion and the Lamb because it's a very popular verse. Wolf and Lamb, very popular verse and very popular imagery. You have the Lion of Judah, Christ, the Lion of Judah, Lamb of God, and then you got a verse referencing a lamb, but then it's a wolf. Popular verse, popular imagery, and now over centuries, that could have been a very popular imagery, and somebody thought it was that, and then boom, that could have been the thought process people were going with over two course to 300 years, maybe more. And then in today, we got the internet, so it's widely therapeutical to look into shit. And with that though,
let me make a couple.
Hold on, I got one more sentence. I just want to get that across.
I don't want to lose this though, so just hurry it up.
All right, man. All right. We can dispute it with many arguments, and the telephone game, like I said, he said it's not. You can't. That doesn't work. Darn tootin' it does, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like we won this discussion this week. We had somebody do a video referencing this channel. I guarantee some of his followers, maybe at least two, are right here. One could be watching right. He could be secretly watching right now. You know what I'm saying? And are his followers? Bam. That is the mission, to make them. We have fun with these people. I have fun doing this. This dude took my image, made it his thumbnail. It says "Derp Mandela Effect." So I went back, screenshotted the stupidest picture of him, and put it on my live stream. And bam, similar logic. I don't care. I think I'm a beautiful man. You know what I'm saying? And I have beautiful long hairs, and so he screenshots me doing like a stupid face. But I mean, women love me, so apparently, I'm attractive. Not supermodel shit, but a good looking individual. So that doesn't affect me. I don't really care. And he's referencing my name. That's what I was getting. That was my motive. And boom, it worked. So mission accomplished. Time to move on to the next topic. Go ahead, man.
Okay, let me. There's a few points I want to make. Lamb backing off of your statements there.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned something about like the wolf and the lamb, right? The lion and the lamb. And then you mentioned to them about, there's parts in the Bible where Christ is called the roaring lion, and then also he's called the lamb, right? And then there's also times where Satan's referred to as a roaring lion. And also,
and I brought that to them too. I don't know if you heard that.
Right. Yes. Right. So the reason I bring this up is like, of course, clearly we have to go upon the in particular, what's the word I'm looking for? Context in which these words are being used. But another thing I want to point out, going back to Mandela effect, I even brought this up to the dude in the discussion. One of the possibilities for why people might remember things differently than what they actually were is, let me give this example. I don't know if you know who Vsauce is, right? Michael Steven. He has a show.
That scientific YouTuber, I know him.
Right. He has a show that he runs called Mind Field. And by the way, for those listening, And what's up to Awaken Pennsylvania and Shalom, welcome to the show. But I pinned a link in the live chat to a episode called "Do You Know Yourself?" And in this episode, what they did is they took some people in like their early 20s, right? People in college, and they paid off their family to tell them, that yeah, when you were younger, we took you to this, this popular park, we went up on this, this hot air balloon, and we saw, the whole city, we went on this trip. So then Vsauce took these people down to that park and asked them, do you remember, any of this stuff? Do you have any memories that come back to mind, knowing that when you were really little, your parents, took you to this park, and a vast majority of the people were like, yeah, memories are starting, to come back to mind. I do remember, some of these things, and they even went into detail on it. But then it was revealed at the end that the parents were actually paid off to lie to them about them actually going there when they were little. So it shows that these people made up um, false memories from their early childhood based on what other people told them. So it's very fascinating. So this could be a reason why people might remember things falsely than what they actually were, throughout time as they get older. Go ahead. Are you guys still there? Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, man, I
Yeah, I'm
have
still here.
myself muted. I
Oh,
was
that's cool.
I was saying something and I didn't realize I was muted. But no, yeah, no, I've experienced that before. I remember doing certain stuff that I've never done before, Um, like say hey, I've been to this place. I've been somewhere similar to it, but it's not this place necessarily itself. Say I would go to Panera Bread, the deli or whatever the hell it is, that bakery. Go to Panera, and I've been somewhere similar, not necessarily the same, but similar situation, and I get like a memory. I think I've been somewhere like this before, but no, I don't think I have.
Right,
But
right. I know what you're talking about.
I maybe I have, and I just don't remember. Mandela effect, whole narrative, whole whole existence of reality done switched. And they keep referencing these multiple timelines, but then I say, "You guys believe in multiple timelines?" And they go,
You know what I
"No."
find funny though? Here, I don't mean to cut you off, but we have to take this into consideration. And when I was first listening to the conversation when you first went on with them, I was shocked when he revealed later on in the stream that he doesn't believe in Christ, because I was convinced that he was
Oh, I
a
was too.
believer in
I did
Christ.
not know that.
Right, right. So I was shocked when he said like, "Damn, this guy don't actually believe in the Bible." So I must
Well,
ask the
there we
question.
go.
It's
They
like,
done failed.
wait, let me finish real quick.
Go ahead.
It's like,
Sorry, man.
I must ask the question. It's like, well, why is it that this dude is looking to find, 500 Bible verses that prove a Mandela effect if he don't actually believe the Bible is inspired in any way, shape, or form? So if it truly isn't inspired, what type of significance does this have for him to show some type of Mandela effect if this book
Because
isn't
it's
like,
easy to draw people
inspired at
in
all?
with trigger words, bro. That's
I'll
why.
be right back. I made this. I have this grilled cheese with
Man, fuck
with,
your grilled cheese, dog.
white cheese. I forgot what they call it. I forgot what it was.
Provolone, Swiss.
No, not Swiss. And then I put pastrami on it. And then
Oh,
I got
nice.
this Chick-fil-A sauce they sell at Walmart now. I'm gonna go get some more of that.
The Polynesian sauce, because that shit's fire.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. Take your time. Take your time. Yo, Sage, I don't know if you got to catch any of the conversation that me or Jay had with this individual we're talking about. Did you get to catch any of the conversation?
Yeah, I was on stream with Jay whenever he was on there for a little bit, but I couldn't fucking take it, bro. I hate when people argue on things that they obviously won't see eye to eye on, and it's fucking annoying to me. I'm like, you guys just shut the fuck up. You guys aren't gonna agree on it ever, so why continue arguing about it? There's no point.
Right, but the funny part is like, say for an example, right? Because when me and him were having a conversation about the Mandela effect, right? It came to a point. It's like, well, dude, we see differently on it. It's like, let's just agree to disagree and move on to more important topics. Because it's like the dude sitting there saying, oh, we talk about all all types of conspiracies and truth. But
Mhm.
it's like, damn, dude, it's like the only thing you guys been talking about, and it seems like the only thing you guys want to talk about is this idea of the Mandela effect. Like, I haven't seen you guys actually, talk about any other real topics that are, that like conspiracy, whatever, other than this Mandela effect. That's all these guys seem to talk about.
That's probably where a majority of their knowledge lies. You know what I mean? So talking about anything else is just like they may know about like the surface level stuff, but to get in any deeper,
Right,
like with the Bible or anything, I'm sure that you would school their ass on that. You know what I mean? So they probably would
right,
never want to venture down that rabbit hole. Uh, just
right,
yeah,
right.
man. So like they're gonna stick with what they know. You know what I mean? Which is fair, but at the same time, don't make a claim that you know a bunch of other shit and you never talk about it. You never want to talk about it. So yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. And then people like that with beliefs like that are just very narrow minded. You know what I mean? Like even if you would to show them like irrefutable evidence of why their view is wrong, they would still be like, nope, you're wrong. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? It's crazy to me, bro. Like, and that's so many people in this world today, bro. There's a lot of agendas. I'm not gonna name anything because I don't want Jay to get canceled or anything. But like that's a big example of it, bro. It's like I can show you proof that you're fucking wrong, and they're like, no, absolutely not. We're right. Why are you right? Because someone else told you to. That's
And
just
and
called
and say,
dwelling in an
you know what's funny?
echo chamber. Like that shit is crazy to me, man. It is absolutely wild. But yeah, go ahead.
But like here's the main kick in the balls. This is what I don't understand. Here it is. They'll be so quick to criticize me or you and try to show us where we're wrong and they want us to listen. But then when we get a chance to try to show them when they're wrong, they don't want to listen to that. That just seems
Right.
weird.
And I think a lot of it, bro, is to do with your guys' age. I think that lets them kind of discredit you in a way by saying, oh, they're only like 21, 22, 23. They don't know
They've
shit.
been running
You
with
know
that
what I mean?
logic, but they haven't outright flat said
Exactly.
that yet. But they keep referring to stuff like that.
Yeah, they keep referring to your age and everything like that. And that's usually like a big defensive tactic. It's like someone like calling you fat after you've clearly beaten them in an argument, right? They're like, "Oh, you're
Yeah.
fucking fat."
No,
It's like,
no,
okay, cool deflectiveness, you piece of shit. I understand what you're doing. You still lost the argument. Now it's your time to retort. You know what I mean? And they never
yeah.
can. They just go
And that's
back
that
on that
stream he
defensive
did
shit.
last night. He wouldn't even let me on.
But you got to laugh at
Yo, let
people
me
like
read a
that,
I
verse.
man.
did.
That shit
But I know
is
I just
sad, but
I
it's
want to say
funny.
something real quick with that though. No, you referenced that age, and I'm glad you said that because one thing I told him when he was on my shit, I told him, "Listen, old man, and I know you're offended by this, but this is a new generation of truth, man. I'll be here longer, even when after you're gone." And he got mad at that. And it's true though. You know what I'm saying? Like 23, he has to be at least over 60. You know,
Yeah,
and
bro, no one wants to face mortality.
I know, man, but I'm just saying though, you can't come at people like that,
That's fair. I mean, yeah, it's fair,
start
dude.
talking shit. I came respectful. I came real trollish in nature. I'm gonna leave it like that. But I never talked about anybody's age or characteristics.
Wait,
I
let
just
me
talked
comment
about
on
what
that.
they were affiliated with.
Right.
Right, right. Let me comment on this real quick. There's a verse here, Psalms chapter 39, verse 5. It says, "Behold, thou hast made my days as a handbreadth, and mine age as nothing before thee. Every man at his best state is altogether vanity." So God's not looking at any of our age when he gives us wisdom. So what I think is going on is these guys were embarrassed that, dudes in their early 20s were clearly cutting their ass to
Getting
shreds
shit on.
on the
Yeah, yeah.
topics they're talking about. Yo, we have Manny in the back. What's up, man? Can you hear us?
Bro,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just got in
the
here, man.
same
So
thing happens
I
with
haven't been listening
anything,
to
bro,
the
when there's a newer
to
generation, bro.
live
Look
stream.
at people who
What's
are
up,
my
man?
age
Shalom.
that grew up skateboarding, bro. You know what I'm saying? Dude, there are fucking 7 to fucking 10-year-olds, bro, out there now that would absolutely shit on my soul, bro, in skateboarding. You know how fucking crazy that is, bro? And it's a lot to take in because it's like, damn, bro, I practiced this for years. And here are these kids just coming out the fucking womb, dude, kick flipping fucking 20 stairs and shit. It's crazy, man. But
like Sage,
people don't
you
like
know,
to
it's
give
funny.
homage to that type of shit though, bro, because like it's taken them X amount of years to get where they're at, but you cats are coming up, off rip with, maybe twice as much knowledge as they have, and they get
Well, let me
fucking
even
salty
comment
with
on
it.
that real quick, Sage. Here's something I point out before, right? You have kids over in, India, Africa, some of these developing nations that are like, 9, 10 years old, and they're trained for at, 9 or 10, where they can take a car apart and put it back together again. But here it is,
Fuck
my
yeah.
dumb ass. Well, I'll be on the street struggling to take a damn tire off the car. But yeah, these kids that are 10 years younger than me, they can take an entire car apart and put it, back together again. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Or
so it
think
just
about
shows.
children in underdeveloped countries, bro, that literally live off the land, bro, and we would die in a day. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's there's
Like, did
levels
you
to
see
this
the
shit, man.
situation that
Well,
happened
well, I'm
recently?
immortal, man, so I'm not gonna be dying anytime soon. In the excess
Shit,
years
you
that
don't know
we
that,
have
bro.
left. I'm just
You
making a
better knock
statement,
up
man.
on wood, bro.
See, man, I have an ego, and I kind of feed into it a lot, and so does, this knowledgeable truther kind of community feeds into it, so it makes it real high. But then I'm also humble, so both of those, battle at the odds with each other. You know what I'm saying? So in reality, I do have an ego, and I will say that I'm not narcissistic, but I do have an ego, and it kind of shows sometimes. But
Everyone has an ego.
I humble myself, so they're both that's both at odds with each other, so I reside in the middle mentally.
Yo,
But
did you
go
guys
ahead,
did
man.
you guys hear about speaking about the kids, right? Did you guys hear this story that recently came out like a week or two ago about there were these four kids that got what happened was they were flying over the Colombian jungle,
Oh
and
yeah, and they got
their
deserted.
plane
Yeah, and they
went
got
down.
found.
So all the adults died, and these kids were left to fend for themselves, and they survived on their own for I forget how many days it was, but it was a long ass time that they were lost out there in the jungle, man. But then they got rescued, all of the the kids at the end of the day. But it shows that they are capable of surviving and learning new skills, especially ones that are in these developing countries. Because over there you got to
Oh
go
yeah.
grow up quick.
Oh
But
yeah,
Manny,
man.
what's on your mind, man? You got anything you want to add in?
No, man. I just got here. I don't know what the topic is, man. I just kind of.
Mandela effect and how it's fake,
Oh, yeah. Look.
mostly.
Hey, look. I don't really. I've never, ever, ever, ever cared about the Mandela effect. So I know several things about it, and I just think it's a fucking psyop.
So do I. I've been saying that this whole last week, and I hit Brian Stavely's community, and they have been livid about what I'm claiming it's a psyop. And I said a statement. I said he's a Mossad agent, but I've been saying the Mandela effect is definitely a government-created psyop, and they're heated with it. And ETT encountered them last night with a livid argument, and defeated them outright.
Good, good. I missed it. I'm gonna watch it. You guys have a link on that? I'll watch it.
Look him up on YouTube. His
I'll look.
YouTube
I'll look it
channel.
up. Yeah, I'll look up his channel and I'll watch it. Yeah,
Yeah, the
nah,
YouTube channel
because
is called Silver Rain Soul Unchained Mind.
Sovereign,
Oh,
okay,
excuse
like Paul enslaved sovereign citizen.
okay, got it.
It's kind of like that.
I'll look.
But why did you say
I'll look it up.
RIP headphone users, man?
Oh,
You
because your volume was extremely
Yeah,
loud
you
when
just
you started
yelled
ooh,
the
mentioning.
fuck out of
damn,
it,
my
bro.
bad,
Just a
man,
little
my
bit.
bad. But no,
Just a
like
little bit.
it's that spirit, man. It makes you you know it corners you with that intuism. It that how would I say that that vibration.
Right.
It will inspire you.
Well, anyway, let's move into the whole thing about this dude was trying to say that there were no planes used on the September 11 attacks. I'll watch what it say for the YouTube. But
Dude,
with that
yeah.
event, right? This dude, and I called his ass out and cut his ass 6 ways deep, as Apostle Tim would say. I cut his ass deep. Um, but he was saying there's no planes that were used. So I cut him and said, okay, well, let's say just for an argument, right? if there were actually bombs used to, for the explosion on the top of the tower where the planes hit, if you look at it, right, the video footage we have of the hole left in the tower, you can clearly see where a plane hit because you see where the wings, connect to the center where it all went into the building. So I struggle to understand how a bomb would have made that effect because it clearly looks like an aircraft will hit the tower there. And I'm sure you guys seen the pictures and know what I'm referring to. It clearly looks like some type of plane hit the tower. So if that is not true, how the hell did these explosives make it look like that? That must be a conspiracy too. And I asked these guys, and they don't have an answer for that. They're just like, "Well, you're going with the
I'm surprised they didn't say
mainstream
it
narrative."
wasn't Blue Beam. It was Blue Beam and the Mandela effect. It was a combination of the two.
Wait, as I said earlier, it wouldn't surprise me. Say, for example, if I go back on his stream and ask him about this, I would not be surprised if he says the Mandela effect is the reason why people believe that they saw a plane hit the tower, but it didn't actually happen. That this dumbass will probably say that next time I go on there.
And we'll be like, so what happened to all the souls that fucking died? Is that a Mandela effect too? I don't know.
That's a good. And may I point out, I've actually been to the what is it, the memorial they made where their towers stood themselves, right? I actually went down
Right.
there like exactly a year ago. I went down. They built like two massive uh waterfall shapes over there where it was like a cube shape with water in the middle. Very
Uh-huh.
beautiful sight over there. And then on the stone they etched the name of all of the victims who lost their lives in it. And then right next to it they have the museum there of where they have like artifacts left over from the debris that they found that are on display that you can go and look at. So I recommend
Right.
everybody do that if you're in New York sometime. Go check that out. But
You
it's
know,
just
I
it's
got two
fascinating.
videos
Go ahead.
on 9/11. Really good videos. Check those out, man. I sent you one. I don't know if you watched it.
I'll check that out later. I did get the link for it. I didn't get a chance to see
Yeah,
it
no,
yet.
all that raw footage, man. I put a lot of raw footage. Like that guy claimed, oh, there's no upfront footage of planes in the tower. But like the beginning of that video of that one I sent you was just some guy's raw footage he uploaded hella years ago. Like the beginning of that video is just the appearance of a plane, and then boom, he moved, but you can see
There's a lot of
the
fucked up
impact.
angles of that, bro.
Let
There's
me
a
even
lot of
point
fucked
this
You've
up
out.
seen
This
that
this is
video
something
stage. You know
funny.
what I'm talking about, right, man?
Oh yeah, man. I like combed the internet for like the longest time on 9/11.
Yeah, but no, that
videos.
the video ETT showed last night because they said it couldn't possibly be planes. It was something else or CGI or something. But then he
Okay.
pulled up a video from a year ago, and it was of a plane hitting the tower. And you know, he tried
Like
saying,
clear
"Oh,
as
well."
day.
He said, what I find funny is why wasn't this video uploaded years ago? Why is it just now uploaded 1 year ago? Because that's when the video was uploaded. You know, a possibility because the guy had the footage, he didn't want to post it until now or last year, speaking. Or maybe
Could have been scared as fuck. Like
it
there's a
could
lot
have
of
been
shit, bro.
scared. Could have been a
I gave
repost
him a
from another
couple.
page.
Right. I gave him a
Yeah,
couple reasons because
there's a
what they
lot.
said here's what went down
But
for
there's a
those of
lot
you
of
who
raw
don't know.
footage. Leave it.
This is what went down. Let me comment on this. This
Go
is how
ahead.
the conversation went. So basically, what I shown him is I shown him a video that I got a couple weeks ago. I was watching. It has millions of views now, and what it is these guys were on like a boat. They're watching when the first plane hit. They were recording it, and then the second plane that flies directly over their boat where everybody's watching, and they get a clear image of the impact with the tower, right? So I sent them this video, and their criticism was like, "Oh, well, those are people are all crisis actors, and this is all fake." And then why, if it was real, why was it uploaded last year? It's like why was it not uploaded, years and years and years ago? And I answered and said, "Well, here's a couple answers for why this could be the case. For one, the guy might have had the footage, but he didn't want to upload it to the internet because of the tragic event that it was about, right?" Another possibility could be that it was actually on the internet, but another person took the footage and uploaded it, and that one got popular, but the original didn't. those could be a few possibilities as to why it is just uploaded now. But I wanted to ask him this, but of course I did not get the chance to because it kept talking over me and wouldn't let me speak. But I was going to ask him by the same line of logic, if you're going to say this one's fake because it was uploaded a year ago, well, how do you deal with the videos that were uploaded in the early days of YouTube, say like 14, 15 years ago of the footage of this event taking place? So are all those fake as well, or like how do you deal with that? Wouldn't those, by the same line of logic, would those ones be real since they were uploaded years and years and years ago? It's like how the hell
True.
do you deal with that?
But no, like I said, man, my first footage clip of my 9/11 video where it goes in and it says, you know, what it is as like a title screen. That whole clip right there, I skimmed out a portion where the lady was just screaming, I believe, but I left the rest of it in, and it's authentic. It was real footage. It took me like a week to make that video because I sat through hours because I didn't want to backtrack and click out of my screen tab to refresh the thing because I done scrolled and scrolled through YouTube search results for all these different footages, and by the time I was done I had like 23 24 different uh time stamp of clips to put together by the time I was done. And then what's crazy though is to bring something into that, they had all those UFO orb footage surrounding, you know, when that happened. I don't know if any of you seen that.
Yeah,
I
seen
find that
it.
odd.
Yeah, have you
What do you
ever
think about
saw?
that, Sage?
Wait, what? Seen what?
9/11, when after the, you know, the shit happened, the event,
Oh
and
yeah,
all
the
the smoke and
orbs, the
sky.
orbs.
Yeah, the orbs, the UFO orbs. They call them those Tic Tac
Yeah, dude.
UFOs.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think,
it's
dude.
crazy.
I think the ETs, bro. I think the aliens are another fucking like. That one's kind of like weird for me to explain. Like, I think it's part psyop, part
Spiritual.
true. Yeah, dude. I think there's some fucking shit going on with that, man. Because
Yeah.
Vladimir Putin like has like done what Donald Trump did and like created a huge like extraterrestrial task force, man. Responsible for establishing first contact with extraterrestrials. So like
And look in the last
why
2
the fuck
years.
why would he do that, bro? You
Look
know
in the
what I
last
mean?
2 years, they call them UAPs now. Remember that
Yeah,
Congress shit I was talking about? The
unidentified aerial phenomena.
144 aerial phenomenon. The reports 144, not 200, not 1,000, because you know there's thousands. They select that number, you know,
Absolutely.
ironically or unironically, actually, throw it like that. I'm saying it wrong. Unironically, they picked that number, 144 claims and reports of UAPs
But
directed
what
towards the
about
U.S. Air
what
Force.
about you heard about this other one they call what is it, USO?
Yeah,
Oh, underwater one.
unidentified
Yeah,
submersible
the
object. Yeah,
submerged underwater
And then
object.
they
dude.
start
I
seeing
think
these UFOs coming out of the water too.
Right,
the
right.
ocean is like a gateway to space, dude. I think there's
It
like
is, man. It's
portals
the
in the
outer
earth.
waters and shit, man.
Yeah, I think there's like some shit with the ocean, bro. That's why I don't fuck
Yeah.
with it.
And then we have all this stuff about like these lost cities and shit, or some shit, or like people like the stories where.
Dude, think of how long the world has been around, man, and think of how like, bro, you can see like what happens to land that's exposed to sea for extended amounts of time, bro. It literally fucking collapses into the ocean. You know what
Like
I mean?
Atlantis.
So, bro, like exactly. What's not to say
Or when
Atlantis
they're
happened
finding all
like
these
that?
pyramids
There's
underwater.
other
You ever
shit
watch
that's
my
happened
pyramid
like
video?
that, bro. Like, bro, look at
Yeah,
how
I've seen it.
Egypt's set up. Like, have you ever looked into Graham Hancock? I fucking love that dude.
Yo,
Like
did you see
look
where they
into
found
him, bro. He is
those
fucking
pyramids
insane.
they labeled as glaciers in Antarctica? That was trippy
Dude,
for me.
Yeah.
there
Yeah, I've
was
seen that.
a
I've
guy
seen
that
that.
I was watching the other night, and he said that one of his friends took a trip to Antarctica, and whenever he was flying over in a helicopter, because that's the only way that you can fucking get there, he said that every one of those mountains was like very oddly shaped with four sides, bro. And
Yeah,
what he meant by that, he was like, they were almost too perfect, bro.
they
To
got
like just
coordinates
be
for
an
that on
actual
Google
formation.
Maps.
You can't see shit on Google Maps of
But
Antarctica.
did you see where there's a video out there? There's a video out there where they put in these coordinates for Google Earth in Antarctica, and when they take them to the coordinates, the image that pops up like street view is like some facility, and then they
It's
got
called
like
dark sector.
yeah, they got
Well,
like
dark sector's
corridors.
not on because you can't go into that facility's range with any type of radio waves or light source.
I'm not sure, but when you zoom in with these coordinates, when you do that, it'll take you like to some kind of facility. I forgot what it was about, but they have like these glass windows at the edge of this hallway door, and it's a government facility because Google takes pictures of these places and shit. That's how they source it. Like you ever see the street Google car go down and they're taking videos and shit. That they
Yeah.
source it all together like that. So there was a Google employee doing that for Google Maps at this facility. That's what happened. No doubt about that. And in this thing, that these coordinates that take you to Antarctica, when they zoom in with these coordinates, is this facility, and it's a hallway that shows it. And then when they turn around, there's this door, and it's like, you know, when you go to high school, they got like the door, but then they got like the small windows. When you look
Right.
outside the windows, there's trees and grass. But wait, hold on, we're in Antarctica. That's what's trippy.
Yeah, I don't
Did you-
really believe it's like a frozen wasteland at all.
Well, no, if you listen to Admiral Byrd, like his stuff, he said there was land, like grassland.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
a funny
that's
story
true,
about
that's
Admiral
true.
Byrd if you ever get the chance to look it up. There's a link I can send you. But he went missing for 2 days, and it's an unaccounted story of his. They got written down and got passed on to his son after he passed away. But he went missing for 2 days, and he said that whenever he was gone, he had no radio signal, nothing, no radar or anything, and he was just flying. And then all of a sudden, these two planes come up on his sides, and they're like, "Hey, you need to follow us." So he follows them to this fucking shining city. He described it as like just
Yeah,
made of light.
they went inside some kind of
Yeah,
shit.
they went inside of a base, and the people that were there were white, were very fair skinned with blonde hair and blue eyes, you know, the Aryan race. And Admiral Byrd got exposed to all that. And when he came back, the government pretty much was like, bro, if you ever fucking tell anybody about this, we will. It's a rat for you, dog.
And then they
You know
talk
what I
about
mean?
like where, you know, ADH, will leave him like that little mustache guy. Like the
Yep.
reports of like him and these UFOs, like that may be just like some conspiracy theory, because like UFOs got famous around, you know, that time,
Right.
1940 something, you know, and he lost, but he fled to Antarctica. You ever heard of that? And then the
Yeah,
other one
man.
is Argentina.
Yeah, I think that both of those could have been a huge possibility because he did establish a base in Antarctica previous to World War II. He established that base. Now, what they say it was done for is so that he could go and get whale fat, I believe, to make some sort of like substance for his people or something like that, because they were having to buy it from Poland or some shit like that. But dude, seriously, you're gonna go all the way up to fucking Antarctica for well fat, build a base, establish it there. You know what I mean? And this was prior to World War II, so he already had that base there. You know what I mean? And not to mention the multitude of bases, bro, that he probably established there, man.
Yeah, I got it right here. It was between 1938 and 1939. I'm not gonna say the name, but they called it New something with a B, and then it's, you know, that kind of
Yeah.
Central European word. But you know, if you look it up, there's a lot of secret expedition Antarctica in a hunt for the margarine fat in preparation.
There we go. Margarine fat. That's what it was for. Fucking margarine fat. And I was like, dude, come on, man. That already just gives you enough BS right there, bro. Like they were up to something, man. You're gonna establish like what? He had like 3 different sectors of occult expertise. Like what the fuck? Why would you have that during a war, bro? What are you trying to do?
Yo, let me comment on this real quick.
Go ahead, man.
Speaking of Antarctica, Jay, did you get to check out that conversation I had with the deacon a few days ago? Because it ties.
I seen it, man, but I joined some other stream. I forgot what it was. I believe when you sent that, or I went to bed or something. But I seen like 15 minutes of you when you first joined, and you were getting familiarized with them. But they know who you were though. I thought they didn't know who you were.
They do know who I am because we had a 2-hour debate like 2 years ago. They know who I am.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
So anyway, for those who are not familiar with it, which if you want to watch it, you can go on my YouTube page, Untimed Teacher, and look up on the video section. A few days ago, I uploaded the conversation if anyone wants to check it out. But anyway, what happened was I was asking the deacon because their top leader of their organization, the Sakari, named
Gorilla
Alizar,
Hebrew.
right? He was on a live stream like a year ago, and I saved this clip. I still have this clip because Hassad, right? Facade, I call that brother, right? He's a facade. He's a fake. I'm just messing around with him. But he was like, he was like, well, I think that you're misrepresenting, Gorilla. I don't know if he actually said what you're saying. And then I told him, well, no, I got
Oh
the
yeah, no, I
ticket,
seen that part.
and yeah, but for the audience, let me explain in case you didn't see. So what happened was I went on there and said that a year ago, Gorilla Hebrew, aka Chief Priest Alazar, he made a statement in response to a question from the live chat asking about Antarctica, the flat Earth, and the Antarctic Treaty. And Alazar was like, we don't know if the Earth is flat or whatnot, and there is no Antarctic Treaty. The Antarctic Treaty does not
I seen
exist.
that part. They didn't know what it was. You got them on that.
Right, right. So what I did is I went on to ask, Deacon and Facade. I asked them, so about the Antarctic Treaty, right? Your leader, he didn't seem to know what he was talking about with it. So I asked, do you guys know what that is? Do you believe in it? And long story short, Facade, he went on to make a answer and say, well, you're claiming that, they're hiding something down there, but how do you know? Maybe what they're doing, maybe a possibility is that the government just doesn't want people to go down there because it's too cold for people to live down there, right? That could be a possible reason for why they don't want people to dwell there. Or maybe they're just trying to leave that region of the world where it's the land is free from people dwelling there and trying to establish businesses and whatever in that area. So it shows that these guys didn't really have a clue about it. And then I asked them, well, what about Admiral Richard Byrd? And they were like, no, we don't know who the hell that is. So it shows that these guys are just ignorant on the flat earth subject altogether. They don't really know too much about it.
Speaking of flat Earth, I thought it was funny as shit. I was watching Titanic with my mom last night, and there's a scene where they're in church and they're singing about the firmament above the earth. Have you guys ever noticed that?
What Titanic movie is there? Was it the
Nigga, the
what
one with
one was it?
Leonardo DiCaprio, the only
Oh,
Titanic
okay,
movie.
yeah. I
The
haven't
one, the
seen that
only one
movie
that
in years,
matters.
so I'd have to go back and watch.
Yeah, go back and watch it, and it's the scene where they're in church and they're singing and they're singing about the firmament, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why would you put that in a movie?
I
It's
mean,
really
shit. This
weird,
brings
man.
to
It just
mind.
like automatically, I just zoned into it. I was like, oh shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I might have to look into that. This brings to mind like the same thing with what's this dude, Werner von Braun, right? The guy that was like
Yeah,
the head of
Warner von
NASA.
Braun,
They
bro.
put on his tombstone. They put Psalms 19:1. They were paraphrasing.
Yep.
It says, "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shows His handiwork." It's like, wait a second, why would they pick this verse out of the 100,000 Bible verses available that you could put on a
Seriously,
tombstone?
bro.
Why the hell would they
Seriously,
pick this
man.
one? And then people will be
And
like,
then you have
"Oh,
an
there's nothing to
operation
it."
called Operation Fishbowl where you launch nukes into the fucking air. You know what I mean? Like it's just weird, bro. And they're definitely not coincidences. You know what I
Operation
mean?
Fishbowl with them nukes. Check out my flat Earth episodes,
Yeah.
man. Them 3-part ones.
Bro,
I think those are some dope videos I made, man.
To ignore that God is real is pretty fucking foolish in my opinion, bro.
You
Like,
ever seen those?
it's as basic as just realizing that everything has its polar opposites, bro. So if they're pushing fucking Satan and all this crazy shit, there's obviously a polar opposite to that. And what would that be?
Well, that's just
God.
duality, man.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not that hard, man. It's not that hard.
But no, man, you got to look at reality, though, man. If you have an all-creating God, then you got to give him credit for the fucked up shit too, because he had a hand in creating that. I'm just throwing that out there.
God's omnipotent, bro. At the end
Exactly.
of the day, God don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
He gives a
I don't want to put
shit.
it. Yeah, he gives a shit, but not like he's gonna fucking hold everyone's hand throughout life,
But
bro. Like it's not
he,
gonna be like that.
he gives a shit, but that don't mean that he didn't have a stasis in creating, the evilness in nature, if you want to put it like that.
Oh yeah,
And then
dude.
I can't necessarily quote it verbatim for a word, but ETT I definitely know that can. That's why I kept referring to him in that stream, but he wasn't on there. Isaiah 45:7 and the other verse that says he creates evil and does all these things.
Yeah, there's plenty of verses on that in the Bible, and I guarantee you, if I was to ask these guys about it, they wouldn't know that.
But
They
I
wouldn't know
kept
that.
referencing that to them, though. They didn't understand that.
And once again, these cats are not on any type of level. As I said, man, it's a pure embarrassment. They got clearly embarrassed. That's why they threatened to kick me off if I continue to talk about the certain topic. So it's like they'll sit on there and say, yeah, we're so deep, we'll talk about, anything because we know, a whole bunch about truth. But then when you try to bring truth out and you clearly cut what they're saying, then all of a sudden, now they want us to change the subject and not talk about it anymore. It's ridiculous, and the peons, the simps in the comment section will just gobble it all down and just go on and repeat them. It's just ridiculous. Oh, did you hear what he went on to speak about the dinosaurs? This guy believes that the dinosaurs are all, a fabrication and they're all fake. Did you get to hear that part?
Yeah, I heard.
Yo, are you there, man? You might have your mic muted.
No, I got my mic muted real quick, man. I'm looking for my shorts. But I can hear you though.
Okay, cool. While he's doing that, for those who didn't get to see the discussion, what happened was we went into this conversation about, dinosaurs, are they a hoax or whatnot? His position is yes, dinosaurs are all fake. They never existed. Of course, my position is that the dinosaurs, they did live. However, they did not live 65 million years ago, but rather, much recently. And there's plenty of evidence, to support that these creatures actually live. For one, they're actually talked about in the Holy Bible, right? We see, what is that, Job, the 40th chapter. We see it speaks about a creature called the behemoth. But if you read the description it gives of this, the only animal that ever lived that could fit this perfectly is a sauropod dinosaur, the one that you see in the Jurassic World and Jurassic Park movies, right? That long neck, plant eater.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
when
clearly
they
what
eat
the Bible's
grass
talking
and the trees and stuff, the
about. Right,
leaves,
right. Yeah, that's
herbivore.
clearly what the Bible's talking about. Yep.
That friendly motherfucker, dude.
And then Leviathan, man. That's one of
Right.
You got
those
the
sea
Leviathan.
dinosaurs.
You got
Yeah,
the
that's a sea
Manticore. Like,
dinosaur. That's in
there's
the
so
next
much
chapter.
shit, bro. Like in like all of these like quote unquote mythological creatures, bro. I don't think that they were fake, man. I think that
Nah,
they were
man, they
like
were real.
definitely real. Like I think dragons are still real, definitely. I think that there's like some ocean dragons still out there. I think there's a lot of shit, man, that we don't see. You know what I mean? So we discredit it like off rip. We're like, nope, never seen it, doesn't exist. Like mermaids. I think mermaids are the best example, bro. You really don't think mermaids exist? Really?
I believe in mermaids, but not.
Like I think that mermaids are way more credible than, believing everything is a Mandela effect.
Yeah, man. No, I was watching this video
That's
the
just
other
me,
day
though.
on. I was watching this video the other day on TikTok, and it was this black guy, but he was on one of those cruise liner ships that does like those hauling and everything, like from one point to there at these docks and shit where they stop, freight.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a fisherman. Yeah, the black guy.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and he was on a ship, and they were hearing what they call sirens. It's when these mermaids sing to the ancient stories of pirates and shit
Well,
and
no, a
sailors.
siren is just what is used as a word to describe a mermaid. That's just
Yeah,
like one of the names
and
for it.
the sirens would sing to them, and so in this video, this guy's hearing shit, and he didn't hear when he was filming, but he heard it when he played back the video because he was also hearing shit, and he heard what sounded like a woman. I got the chills talking about this right now. It's crazy. My
Yeah,
hair's standing up.
I've seen
And-
what you're talking about. I've
And
seen the
he
video
says,
that you're
"Jump
talking
in for me." It's crazy. You gotta
Yeah,
check that out,
dude.
man.
Yeah,
I gotta
let
clip
me
that and
comment
post
on
it.
this real quick.
Go ahead.
Let me
Go ahead.
comment on this. I'll say this for starters, I don't believe that there's mermaids, but I will say this. There is something interesting. 10 years ago, I remember watching this when I was like 10 years old. I was big into this. On Animal Planet, they had like a documentary they made. It's called, you can look this up on YouTube. It's called Mermaids, the New Evidence. And it's a whole documentary of where they go into, evidences, to support that there actually are these creatures out there. As I said, I don't believe in it, but I will say it's very interesting, some of the information that they put out there, some video clips and stuff from online. Just fascinating to look into that stuff. Whether it's true or not, that's up to the person watching it to decide, but very interesting. And once again, if you want to look that up, it's called Animal Planet, Mermaids, the New Evidence.
I think a large majority of that shit is definitely real, man.
Yo, man. Yeah, no, it's
Cryptids and
spiritual, man.
Because when I lived in Tennessee, bro, I had like a fucking encounter with a skinwalker, so I know those fuckers.
So
are
did
real.
ETT or something like that. Wasn't that right?
I wouldn't say so.
You've mentioned it prior that you had experience with you seeing something.
Maybe I've had some paranormal experience, but I won't. I don't recall using that exact term.
Oh, that might have been somebody else then.
Yeah, so that must have been somebody else.
Oh, okay. But you
Like, say
you
for an
can't deny
example,
the existence, though, man. There's other
let
shit
me say this.
out there that
Let
we
me
don't
say
know
this.
about.
I'm well. Of course, obviously, there's many things in the world that are unexplained. Of course. Now, as far as there being creatures that can transform into other creatures, I wouldn't necessarily say I believe in that, because I'll give an example from the
Shit.
Bible. If you go to 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse what is that, verse 39?
You ain't been to the
it
South
says
long enough, my boy.
it says that there's one flesh of man, another flesh of beast, another flesh of fish, another flesh of birds. So I didn't take this to say that each creature has its own flesh, so one cannot, of course, transform
But
into.
even if that is the
But
case,
dude, you
man,
believe in?
there's
Hey,
still shit out
ETT,
there.
let me ask you a question
See,
real quick though. You
I'm
believe in
not
spirits,
disagreeing with
don't
that.
you?
I
You
agree.
believe
There's
in
things out
spirits,
there.
don't you?
Wait,
You believe in
please
spirits?
repeat that. You both said something I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
You believe in spirits?
Of course, there's spirits.
So what's stopping a spirit from transcending this reality, bro?
Bro, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about, I don't believe a physical creature, right, like a flesh and blood like me and you, can transform into another flesh and blood being. Say for an example, a man cannot transform into a fish. I don't believe that. But I do agree that of course there's spirits and creatures in the world that are definitely strange. I can certainly agree with that.
You believe a
But yeah,
spirit
that's
can
my
take over
perspective.
a human?
Say that again.
Possession.
You believe a spirit can take over a human?
Of course, that's clearly in the Bible.
You gotta remember, man, he's biblical.
Okay. What does that have to do with anything? I'm just
That,
asking you a question.
like some kind of a lot of stuff that it could be questionable to be found. I don't think he was described to that. I don't know though. I'm not him. So
Yeah. Now, as his question, he asked me about, do I believe spirits could like enter into people or possess people? Of course, demonic spirits exist that can take possession of a human. Of course, that's true. There's plenty of evidence to support that, and that's even in the Bible. So yes, my answer would be that certainly is real.
But you don't think they could change the physical appearance of someone? That's where you
What
draw
I'm
the
saying,
line.
what I'm saying, going from the Bible perspective, is the Bible, like, say for an example, right? You got people going around, and I'm not saying you're doing this, just hear me out, but you have people going around who believe that there's reptilians, right? Like some of the governments of the
like
world that
David
actually,
Icke
right. Like they believe that they're actually like lizard people.
or
That
Rudy.
idea is totally false and totally against the Bible, because I just shown a verse that speaks about each creature has its own flesh. So they're not going to be transforming into another. A man's not going to transform into a lizard, and vice versa.
Right.
That's not going to happen by the Bible's perspective.
I never got your take on what you think about reptilians, Sage. I know what Midas thinks. He thinks in them, but what do you believe?
Oh man. I think that if they're real, you know what I mean, like kind of like what ETT said. I don't think that they fucking shapeshift or anything like that. They may be able to. I don't know. You know what I mean? But dude. I don't think like running your whole life in fear of lizard people is gonna really solve anything.
Yeah. No,
I
Damon
mean,
and I
like
don't
they
really
could,
talk about
bro.
lizard
I
people
don't really
anymore.
give a shit about that. You know what I mean? I give more of a shit about like what's going on in like a social climate. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of
Same, man.
evil shit,
Like
bro,
that man,
going
to go
on right
back to
now.
that Mandela effect. Who gives a fucking shit? There's way more to worry about.
Yeah, bro. There's like way crazier shit, and you guys are
Yeah.
stuck on fucking yeah, bro.
They,
I
they
can't get
they
behind it.
claim that they talk about other topics. They say, well, we talk about 9/11, we talk about flat Earth, we talk about this and that, but all the main focus of the page and the main source of discussion is always the Mandela effect. That's why even when they talk about other stuff, they reference the Mandela effect in any kind of form they can. You know what I'm saying? Like you and
Right, right.
me, we could get into like a deep discussion, and then we'll get into another deep discussion, and we won't even reference, a larger proportion of what we usually talk about. They their main focus is the Mandela effect.
Is the
So when they
Mandela.
talk about 9/11, when they talk about like all this different kind of truth, there's always the residue they call it of like
Right.
them going back simultaneously backtracking back to the Mandela effect or referring to something going back to that. It's always on topic with Mandela effect and Mandela effect. And I've only watched one video by this guy and multiple streams now, like 4 or 5 streams. And I've been clipping. I was trying to clip some of his videos, but then I started watching. So I watched like one fully, but then like off brand, like 2 or 3. And mainly Mandela effect. Even if it's flat Earth, goes back to Mandela effect.
So as I said, guys like that are just completely unreasonable. We try to go on and have a conversation with these individuals, but we all see how that turns out. I mean, it's really scary that some people are so far gone and they're so lost and deluded with their own head that they can't even think clearly for themselves. Like say for an example, right? Say for an example,
Well, you
the
offended them, man.
let's put it into this perspective, right? Like going back to the whole plane thing, right? And you'll see why I'm going here. But say for example, if I simply asked them like, could I have like one or two evidences for why you say this? Because me personally speaking, I've never had a conversation with another person who believes that there were no planes used. I've heard people, say a bunch of different conspiracies, but I've never had a conversation with a person who believes that the planes were fake themselves. So I was very intrigued to hear why he's saying this. And he acts like what he's saying is like such a like how could anybody question me on this? Like he thinks this is like some type of like
There's
mainstream
just like irrefutable
view that
evidence
that
for
that
it and
people
shit.
have. So it's like he can't fathom that somebody would even ask him to go to the basic level of explaining how he came to this conclusion. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I do. Um, no, man, it's just like the guy is not very offended by what people say about him, but like I said earlier, he gets offended by large, topic of subject that they talk about. They get offended by the subject you talk about that they. How would I say? I'll fuck it up now. They get offended by the subject of discussion they usually talk about. If you go after that, they get offended by you going after their ideals, an opposing idea, and when you don't have the same outlook they have towards their heroes, i.e., Brian Staveley. So when I went in there and said that, I just want to say something because I've been listening for like 10 minutes and I heard you guys reference Mandela effect a lot. This is my words. I just want to make a statement real quick. I said I think that Brian Staveley is a Mossad agent, and they got offended by that. And then I said, I think. Then they said, well, what psyop is he pushing? And I said, the Mandela effect. They said, you think the Mandela effect's a psyop? And I said, yes. I got them in their feelings, man. You got to admit that. And then ETT came in and gave them. He cut them 6 ways to Sunday, as he would put it.
Right. Hey, look, the easiest way to explain it is he is one deep, but
Oh,
I'm
this is
two
my
deep.
buddy, man.
I'm two
He's
deep
he's
with
all
this
right.
guy. Okay, I'll bring him on. Um, okay, we got him. Is
What's
YouTube
up,
gonna be
Page
okay?
Truther?
Hold on, real quick. Is YouTube gonna be
Can you
okay
hear
with
me?
that image? With the image
Which,
of his
yeah,
profile
no,
picture?
man. You might want to change your image real quick. Is that all right?
What
Uh, yeah,
The
yeah. Don't
flag.
just don't say it. Don't say that. Don't say any name referring to that. Because I want to keep this stream up. Actually, I'm not trying to antagonize you any kind of way, but I been removing the streams from the main page. Is that all right?
do I change the profile picture? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Could you
we're just asking if you could, just
just this
because YouTube
instance,
sent.
because we got 7 more days until July 9th
Yeah, I
when these
got you,
strikes
man.
expire.
Do
All right.
do the YouTube channel? Do I have to change it, or do I change it in the stream
No,
now?
you could just go click. You'll go see where it says guest,
Oh,
and then you click on yourself, and then it will say or,
I'll figure it out. I'll be back.
all right, man. You just got it. Like it will say edit
Oh, I
avatar.
see it. I see it. I see it. Oh, okay. He dropped, but in case he's listening, what you do is on next stage now, I click on my name, right? ETT. I click on it. I look downwards, and there's a part where it says edit audio avatar. If you click that, it should give you some options to change your icon picture.
Yeah, what he said, and back and forth. Home of the spiritual KO. I've been saying that a lot lately for some reason.
And that's my
You
little
got
slogan.
rhymes, man.
Just like how what's these other dudes? The Cross the Line Radio, hosted by Captain Cesariak and Chatazar. Their slogan they go by is the home of the body bag. That's their slogan that those guys go by. So the slogan over here on ETT's page is this is the home of the spiritual KO, the spiritual knockout.
Yeah, man. I hope he figures that out because he's a nice guy. I'm not trying to seem like an ass towards him or anything. I'm
being a
just.
dick, Jay.
I don't think I came off like a dick.
You
No.
douchebag.
What do you mean?
I'm just kidding, bro.
Oh,
See, taking things too serious, bro.
well, no, I'm not trying to seem like an ass to anybody because he's a nice guy. He's a long time subscriber locally.
Yeah, I'm sure he's a cool dude, and we'll love to bring him on the chat. But we're just asking him just for the sake of YouTube because it's a possibility. The whole stream.
Yeah, man,
could
we
be
got
taken down.
7 days left or some shit like that. Or 8 actually until
I mean,
July
shit.
9th.
What we could technically do, if he can't change it, we could bring him on, but put an overlay on. That could technically
True.
work as well.
True. And I got them where they're animated now. Watch this. Look. I don't know if you clicked on any of these yet, but where's the flat Earth one? I think I removed it or something. Oh no, those are backgrounds. Never mind. We got Mike. We can use Mike.
That dude legitimately looks like the fucking.
Oh,
sloth,
wait.
Tony?
Jay,
I thought when I first seen that.
Jay, now you know for yourself, man, that those brojo dudes are as terrible as they told you they would be to have a conversation with, man.
You told me that before any of that.
Yeah, I warned you before, man. When you go on there with these dudes, prepare to be aggravated trying to reason with these coons on there with these.
I don't really get aggravated real quick though, easily like that, man. It has to be like a heated discussion, and then but I think I do pretty well. I'm an internet troll, man. I know K Reno.
Yeah, I think me speaking from watching the discussion, I think you did handle them pretty well. I think you did handle them well because you see how dishonest they would be at certain points that they're trying to set you up.
They're trying to set you up and put you in like a direction they want you to say stuff in.
The chart, the whole thing with that chart. My question is because that cat reached out to me and asked me to come on his page and do the chart, which I did agree for the record. I'm going to go on and do his chart. But the first question I have to ask is like, well, wait a second. Who came up with this chart? Did he come up with the chart? Or so if he himself came up with the chart, what does the chart prove? Because it's just going by his logic behind the making of the chart. So that's a question that got to be asked for.
Hey, Sage, I want to get your take on that, man. I don't know if you watched that stream I did with those where it says Hebrew youth deals with racist atheists. I don't know if you've seen it.
That old bald white dude.
Yeah, and they brought the chart in, and they're like, "Well, where does your God fit in this kind of paradigm? He's either
the chart,
it's
bro.
existence or non-existence. So is there special
Yeah.
existence for him?" And then I said, "Well, they're based off this chart, there has to be a third option." They
I
go,
agree
"There
with
can't be a."
ETT though. I would have asked the same shit. I've been like, so
Yeah,
nigga, is that your chart? Whose chart is it? And does that
right.
chart
Yeah, I didn't
is
even think
that
about that.
a universal chart? Did God make that chart? I've never
But
seen it.
I'm just going off that chart. Well, they're saying if he's before non-existence, well then he wouldn't exist or some shit like that. I forgot what it was. But I told them, well, based off this chart, there must be a third option, and that's just what I'm using third option as as a statement, as because there's only two options. There's like a special option, but then that would be for existence. Going off that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Yeah, I
wait,
just think that's
wait,
an
Jay. By
arrogant
that
thing,
same
bro.
line of
Like,
logic, by
you're
that same
trying
line
to
of logic,
comprehend
though.
something that God did, bro. Like, you
Yeah.
can't. You cannot comprehend that, bro. You don't even know what the fuck existence is.
So I went back to the Big Bang Theory because they don't believe in flat Earth.
Yeah, I was just gonna comment on that
And
about the Big Bang.
just
I
let
was
me
gonna
say
say
real
that.
quick though,
Yep.
man.
Yep.
Just let me bring it real quick. I
Yep.
said I'm using it as an example. I'm going from somebody like you because I'm flat Earth. They don't necessarily believe that, so let's use something that everybody's familiar with, probably watching them, the Big Bang Theory. Well, what brought that stasis of existence into reality from non-existence? What was the physicality that brought everything in proportion? There was nothing before everything, but yet what was there before the nothing? There's a
Right.
there's a circumference around existence and non-existence, and it's just too complex for any human brain to comprehend. You know what I'm saying? It's nobody can understand the dynamic of God. And I went and quoted in another stream, can computer AI interpret human consciousness? Can human consciousness interpret the physicality and the reality and the mind of God? No, not at all. It's just it's
not.
simple as that.
Yeah.
Right. So you see the
Even
chart.
if
His own
technology were to
chart.
take
Wait,
over
wait.
humans, you know
Hold
what
Hold
I
on,
mean?
hold on a
It
second,
would
brother.
never
just
think
let him
to
stay real
God.
quick. ETT, man. Go ahead, Sage. Just,
Even if tech AI took over humanity, you know what I mean, at some point, it would never have the ability to comprehend God because we can't comprehend God and we are the progenitors of AI. You know what I
yeah,
mean? So it would be this endless loop of just whatever successor came after the previous of finding out what God is, bro. It is a question that'll never be answered until you fucking meet that entity, bro. And
yeah,
that's the cool thing about God, dude. That's the mysterious side, bro. You know what I mean? And it should always be like that. You should never want to try to figure out God in my mind. I think that is very, very fucking arrogant. I
yeah,
think that's crazy as shit to think that you can figure out God.
yeah. What
Out
were
of
you
all
saying?
the billions of souls that's been on this planet, you know what I mean? You're the one to figure out God? I don't think so, my friend. I
Nah,
think you're
especially
fucking
an
Right.
atheist.
Right now, I
you're
was gonna comment.
delusional.
Okay, I was gonna comment on going back to the chart, right? With the line of logic he's reasoning, saying that, well, God couldn't exist because, well, he couldn't be there before creation because nothing's there. I was gonna comment and say, well, wait a second, but this chart disproves his own belief in the Big Bang, because wait, how could there have been, two particles to collide before the existence of anything to create everything? How the hell could that have happened? So his own argument for what he believes clearly flies in the face of his own chart. So I just find that to be absolutely laughable and absolute hypocrisy that somehow
Yeah,
he didn't think about that.
it's what made non-existence existence. There was something there before nothing, and
It's like
and we really
that
don't
old
know what it
question,
is.
the chicken or the egg, you know what I mean? Like what came first, you know what I mean? It'll always be that age-old question, bro.
Yeah,
And no one will figure it out, bro. It's just one of those, it's just a life mystery, man. Like you
yeah,
won't know until you ascend, dog, if you ascend. You know what I mean? You keep
yeah,
thinking like how you're thinking though, like you're not gonna get too far, bro, in the spiritual chain.
Well, they're atheists, so they're far from a
Oh
spiritual
well, then
thing.
you're super fucked, bro. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, at least be agnostic. Jeez, dude. Like, just don't
And
say you're
I'm
atheist.
joking
That's
around
crazy.
calling them racist and stuff, but I mean, like, they keep throwing all these like racial remarks towards me and ETT. Like, they're sophisticated remarks, but like, they're like racially like that. You know, like, oh, is this the white Israelite? Is this the pasty Mexican? I'm like, oh, that's kind of fucked up, man. Like,
The pasty Mexican,
do you think that all Mexicans are dark skinned? Like that's
right,
kind of
bro. Obviously,
yeah.
you ain't been around too many fucking Hispanic or black people, bro. We come in all shades, nigga.
Yeah,
All
said guy in the
shades, baby.
chat, William
All flavors.
Freemason. That's one of them.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he
he's
was
probably
trying to
just
hop on. He was trying to join earlier in the stream, but I didn't let him on simply because we were talking about the name of the stream, right? We're talking about the conversation. So he was going to come on and sidetrack us from that because he didn't watch the conversation from earlier. So I didn't want to have him come on and and sidetrack us. But let me respond to this comment real quick. Somebody named It's Time to Wake Up asked, what do you guys think about KJ, the scariest movie ever?
Oh,
Yeah,
he's tight. I
I
like
know
him.
about this dude. I know about that dude. I don't watch
I
him
don't
much
know who that
anymore,
is.
but he does some good videos. I'll give him credit. He goes
He
off
does
on
he
his
does
own
like
tangent, but he does
compilations
some
like
good
I do.
videos. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I
I have to
watched that
watch him.
guy for like 8 years.
Yeah, check
He's
him
good.
out. Check out KJ Osborne's scariest movie ever, and then check out Stranger Than Fiction. He's tight too.
KJ Osborne.
Yeah,
The
his YouTube
scariest movie
channel.
channel ever.
Yeah, that's the name of his YouTube channel.
Scariest.
So like my 2 liter J name, like there's no
I
spaces
see it
in
right here.
between. Yeah.
Okay, he's
And
got a
then
pretty good following.
look up Stranger Than Fiction. They do kind of like similar styled videos, but like that's kind of like where I picked up on those like compilations, like where like it's just like a lot of shit, and then like there'll be like intermissions and shit, like where he's talking and stuff. It's pretty cool.
He does like videos like how I would do them if
Yeah,
okay. Hell yeah.
it's a cool
That's
guy.
tight.
He knows
Yeah, I
a
like
call
when
for an
people do
uprising.
videos like this. Like there's
On
I fucking hate when people talk a lot. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Just let me look at the pictures. That's crazy.
Yo, real
Hell
quick,
yeah, I'll
Jay,
check
I
these
put
out.
on your subscription list. I subscribed your page to like 10 of these channels that host weekly live streams. Man, check some of those guys out sometimes. Some of those are
Did
some
you do
interesting.
the filter like you asked in
What
the
I did?
keywords?
Let me say this. What I did is I did a few of that, but I used to do that. But what I did is I went onto my page and subscribed you to some of the people who I subscribed to over the last couple months, who you might not have known existed, due to it being difficult to find those people. So I just added them on yours. So now you'll get notified when they go live. You'll have new
Okay.
people to go interact with.
Shoot, man, we should do this every week. All right, like every 2 weeks, cause like it kind of gets like a little tiring
Shit,
fighting
I'm always
stupid
looking
people.
for new simps to question. I'm always looking for new praise, so to speak. Always looking for people
Yeah, man,
to
we'll do this like we need to make this like a twice a month thing. We'll do it like every other week. We'll find like people who are on about something, and then see where we go from there. I was trying to do that with that Brojo crowd, but that
Right.
didn't pan out too well. So I found this guy the other day, and I hopped on. I was like, man, I know this guy from somewhere, but it didn't click to me. I was in his chat 3 months ago, and I was trolling the chat, telling him, I think Brian Staveley, he's pushing a narrative. I think he works for foreign intelligence agencies. And then they blocked me, and I subbed to him, and then I think it was Monday or something, and then I found him. I'm like, yeah, here we go. And then here we are. I didn't think it would go this far.
Shit, I don't know. I wonder if he'll do a reaction to this stream. That'll be pretty funny because I saw he was watching the stream that you did with LOP, before he hopped on you guys.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Well, no, he's been on all the pages. That remember the stream I did where I edited it when I was on his stream, and then I downloaded it, and then I edited it, and then I put it on my my pages. Did you watch that? I think you did. And then
Hey, say that again. I was adding base truth to the stream, so I didn't get to hear you
the
say it.
I said, did you watch where I edited the stream I was on his page with, and I mirrored it onto mine? But then, like in the beginning, I was talking.
I believe I've seen that.
Okay,
Yes. Yo, we got.
he's been commenting on all my pages, so he's watching. What's funny though is, like all my popular shit is privated. So like even the shit that still gets views don't, because they're either unlisted or privated. And all the music that I've uploaded over the years, like only like 5 music videos don't show up and recommend like in the algorithm, but the rest do. They're just like the second or third search results, because it's like they're underground artists, so like they still show up and shit. Like all that rap, I think you guys get recommended that sometimes. Um,
Right.
but like most of that's privated right now. I'm gonna put it back up soon, but like that still brings in an audience, and even though being shadow banned, I still got like that workaround from all those years of uploading that shit. So like my viewership was always like at 16,000, right under the 2,000 mark. But then my 2 liter J, the 20-year-old douchebag page, like the analytics for that, they're over 3,000, because like it's like YouTube drama kind of stuff and like troll stuff and like lol cows and stuff. Like that Jared guy. Remember Jared,
Yeah,
ETT?
yeah.
Yeah, like all that stuff gets views. So like my stuff is over 3,000 on that page. Like my views do good. My shorts do pretty good. It just depends on what people click and what blows up. Like I don't know if you remember that rapper where he whispers like I was
Yeah, I
showing a
remember
while
that
ago.
shit.
Yeah,
Yep.
that video I uploaded 3 shorts to that. One got 30,000, and then the other one got 65 or some shit like that. And then another one
Damn.
got like 3, and then like off brand, like they'll get
Who's that
500 to
one
600.
rapper you had on that one night? That dude was
Yeah,
funny.
and
Who was that?
that was MC Nemesis.
Oh my god,
What's
yeah.
funny, hey, you know what's crazy though is he's
That guy.
buddy or some kind of affiliation with this Mandela effect dude, because the beginning of that stream before I joined, MC Nemesis was on there as Asylum TV talking to them. I didn't watch that portion, but he was on there, and
That's so funny.
they didn't welcome him. Hello, you're new here, like they did me and like somebody else. They're familiar with him. That's crazy. But no, like no, my analytics, they show that my third page, like my non-truth page does pretty good. That page is in shadow banned. My third page does pretty good. My second one, they only the popular videos do good, and then like the main one, all the trendy shit seems to do good. Like when I did that Bob Saget video when he died, the Full House actor dead, those shit, I did 3 videos, those all blew up. One was under like 12,000, and I was getting subs, so I know maybe trendy shit may get me in the algorithm, but it's weird. It's weird, But like on my main one, I'll probably get roughly under 1700, but since all my stuff's privated, it's been under 600, about 700. And when you upload a new video, it will get like right above 800 something. I don't know if you've seen that ETTR. I don't know if you're in the YouTube Studio app, but the main one doesn't get any views. But in the last week, I'm back at the right like 200 views shorter than what I usually get. It's so like this Mandela effect, people are watching. I just wanted to bring that across.
Right. Yo, we have a base truther on here. What's up, man? You have anything you want to add into the conversation?
No, you guys are doing great, man. I'm just listening in, waiting my opportunity to jump in at any topic. I kind of joined kind of late, but you guys can keep going.
Did you join my
Yeah.
new Discord server, Base Truther?
No, I don't have Discord,
Oh,
man.
get Discord, man. I had a Discord server, but I didn't like the layout I had, and I wanted to redo it. But I don't know. I just didn't want to delete the channels, and then I always have to have like the announcements above the channels, just like a small OCD kind of thing. Like shit has to look how I want it. So I made a new one, and it kind of is how I like. It's not how I pictured it, but it's darn good enough how I pictured it. So I got Discord now,
How
and I
many
think
people are in the Discord?
right now I got like 20 bots and maybe like 14 people, but like there's only like the regulars around here right now. I think they were trying to raid it earlier, but Discord I got factor verification on and shit now. People have to approve emails and phone numbers and stuff now through Discord. But when they join, I'm allowed to verify who I want. So if I recognize you, I verify you. But no, there's like 6 random people that joined earlier, and only one was commenting, and it shows you who can send out links. And I found one account that tried friending me, and I denied the friend request. It's I forgot the name, but they sent one, and I denied it. And the only people that sent out links, I sent out 3, LOP sent out 1, and that was for his server, so it shows that. And then somebody sent out another one, and it's weird because when they join, 6 other people join, but then Discord popped up a little message. You'll see it when you join. If you do, it says we try to maybe a attempted raid, and then there's a user, and then I think it banned the user from the app itself, not just my server. It's weird, but there's people in there. They're random, but there was like smirky, trolly comments, but I was ignoring them, so I think they go away when you don't give them attention. But they're still in there, so just watch what you say. But I mean,
Be careful, man, because I heard Discord is pretty toxic, man. They can
no, it is.
CP,
Yeah,
if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, they can. I was in somebody's server the other day, and they're posting graphic, like sick shit of like a certain person in like mustache man symbols, Neo type shit. If you know what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah, you did some crazy
they're
shit on Discord.
they're sages people, and they're all like unalive and shit. I can't really, if you know what I'm referring to, like some sick fucking shit.
Yeah.
And I was like, I've never seen shit like that before. It's like sages, like somebody took a picture of like somebody that's ethnically familiar with like sages races, and like with Neo little mustache man symbols. And there was like this guy, and he was like, if you took some and then like somebody's head, and it's all fucked up everywhere, like some fucked up shit. And they banned him from the server. I was like, who the fuck does shit like this? You gotta be a sick fuck to do shit like that, even if you were racist. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you were, like, can you comprehend that? Like, I've met like some, WS Primus, to leave it like that. You know what I'm referring to?
Yeah.
And those people that I've met, they're they are like some assholes and shit, but they never posted shit like that. They were never into that kind of shit. Even they had like their limits, and so that just goes to show that it's more than just fucking like that just hating somebody. It's just like there's some sick fucks out there. Even if
Do you guys watch GORE? If you spell it out,
GORD.
No.
It rhymes with bore, but with a G.
Hold on, let me spell it out with G. No, I don't watch shit like that, man.
Oh, okay.
No.
I watch that shit. And
I used to watch that shit in not high school, in
people.
when I was like the 5th grade, man.
When the internet used to like first
Yeah.
come out, like Pain Olympics and shit.
Yeah,
Dude, as I got older, I was like, this is some of the most disturbing shit I've ever seen in my life, bro.
On the Gauntlet and websites like that.
Yeah, but
Did
or
somebody mention?
Rotten.com. You remember
Hold on a second.
Rotten.com?
Did one of you mention the Run the Gauntlet challenge?
Yeah, me.
Oh shit, I did
I'm not
that
sure what
before,
that
man.
is.
Oh shit. Oh man. Am I the only one on here who's did that, or did any of you others do it other than Jay?
Wait, you did it?
I mean, except
You didn't do
for
it,
him,
bro.
he
He's
didn't do it.
Base Truthers talking about some other shit, bro. You didn't do that.
Well, isn't Run
Okay.
the Gauntlet where like it's a website and then they progress?
I've done it. I've done it. I can explain to you what it is.
You've cut
if
your
you don't
dick
know.
Go ahead.
What this is, and I do want to give the disclaimer to anybody listening. Don't look this up on Google. Don't look this up on Google. What the Run the Gauntlet challenge is it's like, I believe it's 16 videos. It's 10 to 16 of the most disturbing videos around the internet. As far as nothing sexual in it, but as far as like
2
gore
girls,
videos,
1. watched
that
one.
video that's not in it. That video is
Oh,
not in it. But we're
I've
talking
watched
about
that.
like we're talking about like
I got off to
gore
that.
and stuff like that. Some terrible stuff. Don't look
Yeah,
at it.
no, don't
look
do
at
that.
it. but I have done it before. I did complete that challenge a couple of years back.
I thought Base Truther was talking about like the Pain Olympics, bro, like where they cut their dick off and shit like that.
No,
Mm.
or like this guy sits on a jar and the jar breaks and it
Yeah,
cuts his.
I've
Yeah,
seen
just
that.
watch what you say, man. Cause like,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's just
Yeah.
got 8 days left, man. 8 days until shit's we could put up
But
everything
just
again,
so
man.
just so you know, the video you're talking about there, that is in the Gauntlet Challenge. Just to tell you that.
Yeah,
But
Two
go
girls,
on,
one
look
cup.
that up.
Nah,
That's
he's
not
talking
in
about
there.
the other one.
no, the jar,
Oh.
I think.
Two girls
Yeah,
is
the
one,
jars are
and
in
one cup is just like what the fuck is
That's
actually
not
going on?
graphic, really, though. But I mean,
Never seen this
It's just
video.
disgusting.
yeah, yeah.
Yo,
But I
do
seen that
you
though.
guys know who Yo Jay, do you know who my boy the King Lion is? Did I ever mention that guy to you?
Yeah,
You
that
watch
British
that
guy. I
guy?
talked to him a couple times. I tried being his buddy, man, because he would come on YouTube and start cursing out God and talk about how shitty his life is and how depressed he is. And I
Well, let
tried
me
giving him advice and being a friend, and he blocked me. So fuck that
well, let
guy.
me let me explain the background story real quick, because me and him we go back years before I knew he
Yeah, I
was.
remember that. He said he did.
This,
He
this
said he didn't believe in the Bible God, but I just watched him the other night, and he says, "Yeah, don't talk about that. I do now." So he don't know what he's on about. He's all over the
let
place.
me explain the background story. Let me explain the background story. This goes back to 2016. At first, when I used to hang out with my boys, Rock Upon Him and the Vigilant Soldier and Ridge Napper. This guy, he was called the Loving Christian back then, but now he's called the King Lion. He changed his name. But back then he was like an enemy, so we didn't like each other at first. But then over the course of a year, we started, to talk. So we went on some streams, together. We done a fair amount of streams. But then back in like 2018, he turned against me, and he would do 5-hour live streams about me every morning for like 4 months straight. But then, we decided to, be frenemies again, as the minor Shrek would say, right? We were frenemies. So, I still touch in with the guy, once in a while. Me and him, we actually had a hour conversation. We did an hour stream together like 2 years ago. I haven't talked to him much since then. But the reason I brought him up is he actually goes on like the dark web, the deep web, stuff like that, man. So he comes across, some real effed up stuff on there, man.
Tell me if this is your phone that's getting this sound right here. Is this mine? Oh, that might have been mine. I'm sending Discord notifications. Are you people seeing those?
Yeah, I just got one.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure. What about you, Sage? I know you don't have Discord on your phone.
Dude, I don't even have a phone right now. It blew up.
Shit, man. I was riding my electric scooter I bought off my neighbor the other day. Tight though, like a well, 2 months ago, just about now. At the end of this month, and for $100, and they go for like 500. I'm like, man, that's a steal. Fucking, I was on the river walk the other day by the Sag Pyramid. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's like my channel logo. It's like that's a real thing, by the way. And then the bridge is shaped like the Ark of the Covenant, but that's another story. But no, I hit the cobblestone and I slid in the street, fucked up my shoulder, scabbed it all up, fucked up my scooter. So when you turn it right now, it gets all stiff. But I broke my phone, so I had to get a new phone. I got the Google Pixel 6a. It's
Hey,
kind
that's
of
the
cool.
one I have.
Oh yeah, I got it
I have
for
the
free.
Pixel 6. I
Yo,
got it
Jay,
on Amazon.
have you ever had a conversation with Richard? His YouTube channel is named
Yo,
Demolished
Jay, I'm
Doctrine.
about to hop off here, bro. I gotta go get ready for this tournament.
All right, man.
All
Take
right,
it
I'll
easy.
see you guys later.
Cool,
All right,
cool.
cool. Thanks for stopping by.
Yep, like.
But no, I don't. I don't know who that is. I seen him with you, a couple like over the last couple of weeks and month. You
Okay.
mentioned them and did a stream, but no, I don't know who they are.
This dude is unbelievable. I mean, this is a whole new level of weirdness with this character. Let me give you one example out of the many that he's clearly going off on. Say, for an example, right, with the Genesis story about the worldwide flood, his interpretation of this is he
I've
believes,
watched that video.
yeah, he believes that it's actually something in the future, right? So Genesis 7 is not like history about the world being overflown, thousands of years ago. Rather, it's actually a prophecy about the future, and the water actually represents people, not physical water, and the ark represents the kingdom of heaven, and the people represent all of us. Some weird, very weird doctrine that this guy has
That's the
convinced
new
me
one.
of. That, like, I've never, and you know what I find absolutely hilarious? I simply asked the dude, it's like, hey man, I've out of my years of talking to people, I never heard anybody else say what you're saying. So can you, simply please, explain to me, what you believe? And he got offended at that. It's like, oh, oh, well, you're saying that I'm wrong just because nobody else has said this. It's like, nah, dude, I'm simply asking you, can you explain why you came to this conclusion? Because I've never heard anybody else speak about this before. So it's like, how the hell is it unreasonable for me to simply ask you to explain yourself because I've never heard what you're saying before? So it's a mind-boggling, how stupid some of these people are. Which he's actually alive right now, by the way.
Yeah,
You
no,
can hop on that
I
stream
did.
sometime, man.
You did the notifications for that, right? Or did
Yeah.
I might be sub to that. I don't know what I don't know
Yo,
what
yo, yo, we,
page
we
it's
got a
on.
Christian. We got a Christian in the chat. Yo, Lionheart, let me drop a link for you. Come hop on here, man. Come up on here. This dude sounds
This ain't
cool.
the guy from like 2 months ago we're talking with, was he? He's like a
No, no,
Mexican
no,
guy.
no, no, no. That guy was named I believe that guy that brother, excuse me, that brother was named the New Life Covenant or something like that. New Life. But this brother here, I seen his stream the other day. He sounds like a reasonable believer. So he's welcome to hop on. I put a link in the chat for him. But when I was listening to him the other day, he does streams on his YouTube channel. And he sounds like a very reasonable person, I would say.
You know what I've been encountering a lot lately? People who follow an Israelite, Hebrew Israelite narrative, but they're still Christian though. Like they still have like Christian values and like ideology and stuff. Like it's still Christian, but they follow a Israelite theology sort of like that. Remember that guy stream I did? His name is Up TV, and I went on his
Yep.
page. You guys like 140,000. Well, when I was talking to him, he's like, "Yeah, I think Jesus is black and all that." I'm like, "Oh, you're Hebrew Israelite?" He goes, "No, it's just he's a Christian. It doesn't change anything, but yeah, Jesus was. And I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting. I've only heard a couple other people say that, but I've been encountering that a lot lately, more often. That's interesting. I don't know
Yeah,
about you, but
definitely.
I have.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely interesting. Yo, we have the brother on here. What's going on, Lionheart? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, brother? Good meeting you. Thank you
Well, nice
for
meeting you too.
having me up.
So real quick, just so we know your background. What type of denomination do you subscribe to? Like what's your beliefs regarding the scripture?
Well, I don't really subscribe to any particular
I
denomination.
can't hear that guy.
I would consider
You might
myself
gotta back out and come back. That's usually an
okay.
issue that we've been having a couple times. No, not you, base truther.
Here,
Oh,
yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, because Lionheart's coming through clear on my end. So yeah, well,
Yeah,
just hit that link.
we get that sometimes.
oh, cool.
Right.
Well,
So you can continue.
I'm not really any particular denomination. I guess when it comes right down to it, I've been to just about every denomination when it comes to going to church. But I think my personal opinion is the church is in a mess.
There we go.
I don't know of any particular denomination that I would consider having it, quote unquote, right. Um,
That
I
fix
think,
it.
yeah, I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
it's
that
more or
did.
less an individual thing with God. Nowadays, it has to come down to. I think we're living in the days where we're seeing a falling away from the faith. So it's kind of an individual thing. You have to decide
Oh,
whose
okay,
side you're on.
I'll accept that answer. Well, let me ask this then. Like, explain to me, like, what are some of your like fundamental, views and beliefs about, Christ and about the Bible?
That's cool. I guess I'm a Trinitarian. I'm a conservative. I believe I come right in between so many things. There's people that argue about law and faith. I say that we're under the law of love. I believe we're under that law. The Lord said, if you don't forgive, you won't be forgiven. Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. This sort of a thing. We reap what we sow. We
Could
give
you
what we
explain
receive.
for those of us who might not be familiar with the term, like what does the law of love look like? Is it, say for an example, are you saying that that only means, you know, you just gotta love another believer to make it to heaven, or like could you explain that in simple terms?
Oh no, I do believe that we do have to, you know, if you've had an opportunity to receive to hear the gospel and believe and repent, I believe you do have to believe and repent. I believe that God's not a unfair or unjust God, though, and that there are special things set up for those that have maybe never heard the gospel. They're judged by another merit, I do believe. But
Can I throw some in real quick? It's kind of
Yeah.
off topic, but
sure,
since she's watching, Kyoko, I don't know if you had a problem chatting in the Discord and if it told you to verify, but I just verified you, so if that was a problem, you should be all good now. But continue.
oh, that's about it. I'm not at all particularly interesting. I don't think. I'm right between a lot of things, though. Like I'm not the type of person that fit into a box. I can't say I'm a like I used to be when I first started, maybe a young earther, but then I became an old earther, and now I'm kind of what you would call. I believe in a very old earth, but I believe we're in a pretty
Where
young
you
age.
believe in a very older, could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, I believe that our earth has been through cycles of life and death, extinction, and things like this. But I don't believe, but I believe that we live in a young age, and I believe that we had the flood of Noah about 12,500 years ago, around the time of the younger Dryas, and I believe that that's when most of the life on Earth was devastated. The They claim that the dinosaurs died off tens of millions of years ago, but I think that the soft tissue that we find in there, I think I can prove, uh, demonstrates that it's really just thousands of years old. It's not millions of years old at all.
Okay. So when you say older Earth, you're still saying it's only like thousands, right? It's not like anywhere near millions.
Oh, wait, Earth could be billions of years old. I don't know. I
Like,
look,
could I ask, where do you come to that conclusion? Like, is that like a Bible perspective or just like your
yeah,
opinion?
a biblical perspective. I come from kind of. You were talking about Hebrew a little bit ago. 2 liter J, Hebrew
Yeah,
roots or whatever.
the Hebrew youth. That's what
Yeah,
I've been referring to myself like that for the last couple of months. Like, young, but then I don't really initially subscribe to any group. So like Hebrew
yeah.
youth. That's like
Well,
what I refer to myself.
I've had a chance to study a lot of things from a Hebrew perspective with Messianic Jews and Orthodox Jews and etc. And I don't say that they all hold to this,
Well,
but
when I say Hebrew, I'm not really referring to like Hebrew roots, which
right,
that may get people understanding what I'm saying, because when I was on that stream the other night, I said Hebrew, so they say, oh, Hebrew roots, Messianic Jews, like a little bit similar between that, but like when I say Hebrew youth, I'm more on the along the lines of like kind of little One West kind of type stuff, if that makes sense, if you're familiar with
sure,
that.
sure,
So when I say Hebrew youth, I'm referring to that with like a mixture of like a Messianic Jew, but that's like the most you'll get out of me.
yeah, yeah. Well, from I've studied with a lot of Hebrews, and so I've checked the language with like the Strong's Concordance and with Hebrew congregations and stuff to make sure that I'm doing this right because I'm no scholar.
The Masoretic text.
Yeah, yeah, and the I like the Septuagint actually better, but there's I don't know. I'm no scholar, so I have to be very careful. So I don't just take the Strong's Concordance. I go to Hebrew congregations and see if what I'm saying is plausible, according to their language.
Well, a lot of that language they have nowadays has been through a lot of different variations. Like
That's true.
a lot of each the modern ethnic group. I'm not going to refer to them on here because for some reason when you can't. But You have you have Spanish ones. They have their own variation of Hebrew, and it's a mixture of Spanish language mixed with Hebrew. And then you have Yid, and then if you know what I'm referring to,
Yeah,
and they're Central European, so you have Hebrew mixed with German and Polish and stuff, and that's what that is, and that's the most wide popular one. So like the W and the Hebrew alphabet is replaced with the W. I mean, replaced with the V instead of the ancient Hebrew W. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So it's just language iterations. So, but there's two forms of that. You have what people subscribe to Hebrew Israelites as. They call it they call the Lashon Kodash. It's 19 I believe 1960s one West take on trying to translate ancient Paleo Hebrew into a modern tongue. So they still have similar ancient letter letter variation. The ancient Hebrew language was done off of what is it symbology, like there were symbols, kind of like ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. Their
right.
language was symbols, and that's kind of how the Semites did their own language, and so those had sounds. So when they started getting modernized, they introduced like letter variation, so it's different. So the Lashon Kodash still has the ancient Paleo Hebrew letter shapes, but with just different tongue pronunciations. And so you have that, and then you have the ancient one that they've been following for like centuries, which is the Masoretic text, and that's what we have as the basis as modern Hebrew today. But with all the migration that's been going on, over the centuries, back and forth from Israel, ancient Israel, to like the Greek, the Greco Hebrews, they
Yeah,
called them. I forgot what they called them, but then from there they went into Rome. The Roman ones, they call them Romani, and then from there, both of those became the Italikim, and both of those migrated to Central Europe, and then they became the Ash, Izzy, if you know what I'm referring to. I can't necessarily say it, but I'm sure you know what I'm referring
yeah,
to.
yeah.
And
What do you,
then
what
that's
do you think?
that.
What do you
And
think of
then
the Masoretic text? If you don't mind me asking you, man.
to be honest with you, man, I really don't know. I don't know if it's the Lashwan Quraysh. I don't know if that could be a good take on it. It could be that could probably be the closest example of trying to translate ancient Paleo Hebrew into a modern tongue, or it could have been the Masoretic text that they've been using for centuries. And even in both of those languages, they still have words that are still the same, like
Yeah,
Hamashiach, like for Messiah.
yeah.
Both of those are the same for each of those iteration takes on the ancient Paleo Hebrew. But then at the end of the day, I can't give an answer on that. I don't know.
Wow. What do you think of the
I just know
differences?
of them. I don't know what's the right one, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
But
that makes
what I've
perfect sense.
noticed
Yeah,
is what I've done is I use both of them.
I do too. Yeah, I think that's a good
Well, let me
solution.
let me ask something on this real quick. Brother, how long have you been listening to the stream? Did you just click on it, or have you been sitting back listening for a while?
Your stream, I just clicked onto it actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, okay. So you didn't hear nothing we talked about before. Okay.
no.
Let's say this then. Like, what are some of your views as far as like, say for example, right? Who makes evil according to the Bible? Is that Satan or is God doing
Well, I believe that God made free will. When God made free will, that opened the door for agency, and we become free moral agents. We get to choose what we're going to do. I believe that was
But who's
true
the
for.
one who? But
Oh,
who's the one who?
I don't want to interrupt real quick, but I wanted to bring in something that I just said about the language, but I'll let y'all finish that real quick.
Okay. Well,
Go
Well,
ahead.
who?
yeah,
Well,
I
yeah.
was just saying. I think that I don't know. In my opinion, I did a stream on this last night, as a matter of fact, predestination according to foreknowledge. And I believe that it's like this. You have a God who stands inside and outside of time. He sees the end from the beginning. He sees all of time ever before him. And so he gets to choose. He gets to pick. Now, if I believe God is all-knowing, and I do, then I have to ask myself, how much do I mean that? If I believe he's all-knowing, do I believe that he knows what I would do if I were in Adam's shoes, or if I was born in Moses's position, in his time, in his family, in his circumstances, and etc.
Right. I understand what you're saying about that, but I'm asking, like, as far as the evil itself goes, who's the one that brought that into existence?
Well, I think that's every individual entities. I think there's Satan, we're told, about Hasatan, or probably Lucifer, who was the first angel maybe to fall. But that would have been a free moral choice on his part.
Well, where in the Bible do you get it saying that that Satan is Lucifer, though?
Well, there's a lot of Satans.
Are you talking about Isaiah the 14th chapter?
Well, that's one of them. But you see,
But you
there's
do know. Wait, but brother, hold on. I don't want to go too quick through because there's stuff.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear
Yeah.
you, Jay.
My screen
But,
closed out.
Okay, but Lionheart, with that, right? Isaiah 14, if you read verse 4, it says that this is a proverb against the king of Babylon. So in that
Right.
chapter, is there a place you could show me where that's talking about like a spiritual demon, Satan?
Yeah. Well, it's really not a far-fetched thing at all for God to refer to one entity while he's actually referring to two, and sometimes even more than that. Like, for instance, in Jeremiah 50 and 51, you have him talking to Babylon, but he's also talking to the daughter of Babylon. And
Well,
then you can draw the
Hey!
parallels. You can draw the parallels of that to Revelation chapter 17 and 18, where it talks about mystery Babylon, and it actually quotes.
You think it's a physical person, and also metaphorically referring to a like a nation or a city?
What, mystery Babylon?
Well, you said Babylon as it's referring to two things. You said daughter of Babylon and Babylon
Right.
itself. So you
Right.
think that's a person, and then it's
No,
also.
I don't think it's a person. I think it's
Okay.
a future empire, though.
Well, you said daughter, so I was thinking like,
Yeah.
okay, never mind.
Brother,
Like
you said
Babylon.
future.
Yeah, like Babylon is the original empire, but then later on down the road, you have a daughter of Babylon, another
Okay.
empire.
You
Does
sound
that
like
exist
something that
today,
I
though?
believe in, so I thought it was something else.
Now,
Does that place
if I'll run
exist
I'll run an idea by you if you don't mind, because when it comes to the beasts in Daniel, you have the statue, you have the the statue, the legs coming down. You have the Eastern Empire, the Roman Empire. Of course, it is Rome. You have the Eastern Empire and the Western Empire that come down in two legs. But I don't believe Rome ever was overthrown, ever died
You know,
out.
here's a better question, man. Do you still sin?
Do I still sin?
Yeah, do you still sin, man?
I sure try not to, but I guess there are occasions.
You might want to look into my pastor, man. His name is Perry the Preacher, and he could put you on a course that that'll probably do you some good, man, to throw it your way.
That's okay. I'm not even headed that way, brother. I'm way past
Okay, it's just an offer, man.
No offense, but I appreciate the offer, man. I do appreciate the offer. Really.
He doesn't
but-
like ETT.
What's that now?
Huh?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said he doesn't like ETT.
No. Yeah. Well, I don't know. He probably wouldn't like me too much either. I don't know, but I'm okay.
But Babylon, man, you're talking about that? I didn't mean to cut you
yeah.
off. I'm sorry.
See, I believe that ultimately the United States is Mystery Babylon.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
so, and I believe that the Roman Empire never died. If you look at the depiction of the statue as it comes down through history, it tells us the story, and it just keeps morphing. And that's exactly what the church did. The Rome, you could say. Rome morphed from the Eastern Empire to the Eastern and Western Empire, or from the Western Empire to the Eastern and Western. And then it morphed into the Holy Roman Empire. And then it morphed into like all the little European nations, UK, for instance, UK area, Germany, maybe France, and some of these other nations were ultimately Rome. And all of these eventually morphed into the United States of America. So we could be the capital city of Rome right now, really, when it comes right down to the ultimate reality of the Roman Empire. And I believe we are the power that guides the beast, hereby the harlot that sits on the beast and guides it.
I would agree with that a little bit.
Yeah. So there's not a lot of people that would
What do you
that have
think
heard of that.
Babylon is, ETT?
Oh, you already know the answer. That's talking about America. So yeah, Lionheart is right with what he's saying there.
Right. Sure, man. Yeah, no, I would
Yo,
agree
what's
with
your
that.
take on reincarnation?
Mine?
Yeah.
I seriously doubt reincarnation.
Okay, could you define what reincarnation is, though?
I would define reincarnation as what the transmigration of the soul, I guess they call it, where you die and you come back as another person, or some people would say another being. You could come back not necessarily as a person, but
As like a lamb or like a pig or a
or a
cockroach.
grasshopper, yeah,
Yeah. Or a
something.
woman. You die as a man, you can come back as a woman. What do you
Yeah,
subscribe to?
yeah. I personally don't believe it happens myself, but I could be wrong, of course.
Could,
I
could I
do
could I
believe
ask
that
you? Could I
I
give
do
you an
believe that we go
example?
through life and we get judged.
But where's that judgment happen, though?
That's a good question. I think it happens during life and then again after. I think,
Where's it happen after, though?
well, that's a good question.
Do you
You could
subscribe
ask,
to like a hell or no?
um, I've recently changed my position on that. As a matter of fact, I used to believe in eternal conscious torment, but I've come to believe more in annihilation now.
Oh, then you're on the right track, man.
So
So
I
you
did,
so you would say hell, you don't believe it as eternal punishment. It's just you're done away with like the snap of a finger,
well,
second
yeah,
death.
that could be considered an eternal punishment right there, couldn't it? If you're snapped out for all eternity, you know?
Yeah, but you no longer exist. I'm speaking
Right.
metaphorically,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. But I'm agreeing with you. Yeah.
The death of the soul, you don't exist anymore. You're done away with. What do you think about that?
That's what I would imagine annihilation to be. Yeah.
What do you think about that, ETT?
Well, I think we're going over a couple. You know, we're getting too far ahead. Is what we're doing here.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
I asked him about reincarnation. We didn't get really much into that. One thing he did say I agreed on is that he said that judgment can take place throughout your life, here on the earth, and that is true. Going by what is that, Ecclesiastes 3:16, right? I saw a place underneath the sun, and that's where judgment took place, right? So the place where we're judged is right here on the physical earth. There's not a held or punishment that awaits people once they pass away from out of this physical world. The place where people are judged is right here on the physical earth. That this is the place where you can feel pain at. You don't feel pain when your soul departs from the body. So and again, I came out of the Christian church, and I used to go to the Catholic church, the Seventh-day Adventist church. So I'm familiar with their teachings as far as this concept of there being such a place as hell, and all of that. I'd say that concept's clearly against the Bible. Even though you see the word hell used in parts of the Bible, it's not what people interpret it to mean in today's time.
Okay. What's your take though on the soul though? Like I get that you don't believe in eternal punishment, but what do you think happens to that though? I don't think I've ever asked you that.
Oh, are you asking me a question or him?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Now I'm curious.
Okay, repeat the question for me.
I said I'm familiar with what you think about hell. I'm familiar that you don't believe in eternal lake of fire, punishment, stuff like that. But what do you think happens to like your existence, like your soul? Do you think it just you're done away with, or do you think that? Well, actually, no. Never mind. I just answered my question in a nutshell.
Eh,
The new people are reincarnated into a new kingdom, right? Is that what you're gonna go with?
Right, right. Yo,
Okay.
Will. Yeah, yeah, that's the answer to it. Yo, William, if you want to hop on, man, here's your chance because I'm only going for like 25 more minutes, man. I'll round it out
Oh,
at
this was
3
a
hours.
perfect time.
Yeah, I'll round it out to 3 hours. So we'll stay for like 20 more minutes or something like that. William, if you want to hop on, man, I'm giving you a chance. There's a fresh link for you in the chat. You got 20 minutes.
But was I right though? You think the souls are reincarnated into the new kingdom? I believe I,
Yeah,
I, I
yeah,
answered that
yeah.
correctly.
People, yeah, they'll be reincarnated.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard that before. Never mind. But sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, man. It's a learning experience for me.
I see you have Will Freeman in the audience there.
Yeah, he's a Freemason, man. He's a racist too.
Eh, I had a good discussion with Will last night on my
And how'd
channel.
that go?
Actually, I thought it went pretty interestingly. Um, we were discussing our roles, and if I'm correct about predestination according to foreknowledge, um, because I've heard a lot of Calvinists describe that. I've heard a lot of religionists describe it, and I've heard very few people describe it the way I think God intended it or God had meant it for it to be. But I think what it means is that God is absolutely aware. There's nothing that God doesn't know. If He were to place me in any given situation or time or body, somebody else's lifetime, like Adam or Moses or Pharaoh, He knows every decision everybody would make, every single person ever born, given any situation or any lifetime they would ever live. If He doesn't know that, then He's not all knowing. So if I believe He's all knowing, He has to know that. That means that
Well, the
He,
conversation ends very easily because there's verses in the Bible that speak about how God has predestinated us. If you go to Ephesians, what is that, chapter 1 and verse 4, it speaks about how God has predestinated us before time. And then there's also other verses that speak about how God made the wicked for the day of evil. So God made some people to be unrighteous, and He made some people to be righteous. It's very simple to understand.
well, you see that's the typical Calvinist point of view, right?
Well,
Um,
I'm not a no, I'm not a Calvinist, but they could
okay,
teach something similar, possibly.
right. That would be the Calvinist take on that. My take is a little bit different on that, though, because I don't believe that means that God specifically chose those persons to be evil and to go to hell. What I think
Wait,
it means
repeat
is
that again.
I don't think it means that God specifically chose the evil persons to be evil and to go to hell. What I think it actually means is we were predestined according to His foreknowledge. That puts it back on us. His foreknowledge of what? His foreknowledge of what we would do. Okay.
Well, could I ask you on that though, because your statement there, um, you said that you don't think that God made people to go to hell. Let me read a verse. And before I do that, real quick, there's a cat in the comment section named Lord Rang Red Fang, click the link. Click the link in the chat and hop on here. Let me read this real quick. Proverbs chapter 16, verse 4. It says, "The Lord has created all things for himself, even the wicked for the day of evil." Could you just give me your interpretation of that?
Yeah. Yeah. But you also have to, you see, I do believe that, right? I do. Let me caveat this. I do believe that. But I also have to believe this, that it's not the Father's will that any man should perish, and that it's the Father's will that all people should come to repentance. Okay? So I have to believe those things too. Now, those things might seem to conflict, so we have to look at this in such a way as to ask ourselves, how can these both be true? And these both can be true in the following way. If we just realize that God made us all free agents and gave us our choice, and said, choose you this day whom you'll serve. So,
okay. Well, let me be fair. I'll let you finish out your statement, and then I'm gonna give we got Red Fang in the back chat here. I brought
That's
him on.
weird because I don't
So-
see the comments in the StreamYard chat from that person.
Well, I got it on mine. But anyway, he's back there. I'm gonna let him speak in a moment. But Eric, you're welcome to finish up your thoughts on that. But I'm gonna let him go ahead and speak. And then William, after I deal with Red for a few minutes, then I'll let you come on. But I don't want it to get too hectic in here at one time.
well,
So go
it's
ahead,
like
Eric.
this. We either believe that God is all powerful and all knowing, and that he put us all in our own particular time slot to be born into this world, in our own particular family, our own particular geographic locations, to play out our part in our time. We either believe that we were specially chosen to live out our time according to his foreknowledge of every decision we would ever make. And so were the evil. So were the people that he knew would never choose him. Under any condition, they would never choose him. He has to have a way of trying us, trying our faith, and chastising those nations that rebel against him, like Israel and Judah did over and over and over. So he has to have his Babylons, and he has to have, but these people all make their own decisions. So God, in his perfect plan to save as many people as he possibly could by the end of time, because that's his ultimate goal, placed us all in time so that the people who would never reject him would play the parts of Moses and the Christians, this and that, his people. And the people that would never receive him were the Hitlers and the Pharaohs. And
can you watch like that name though, please?
Yeah, and Eric, for now, brother, we'll close it with that. I want to give everybody a chance to speak because we just have limited time, man. But I do thank you for stopping by, man. It was a good conversation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Definitely come on another time, man, and we can, certainly continue where we left off.
Yeah.
But anyway, I want to
the names though, man. Like when you say names, just, YouTube's real catchy with them. Just watch out with that.
Anyway, Red Fang, you're on the show. What's your question or comment?
Oh, I came in here to talk to Lionheart. He keeps on running from me, so.
Running from you. I'll give you guys 2 minutes. I'll give you 2 minutes. But if it don't go nowhere, then I'll boot you off. Go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
It is easy. I can't see him. I'm just looking at a screen here.
You're kind of robotic, man.
He's on here. He's on here. But there's a safety on the screen. But he's here.
Is he choppy for you? He sounds robotic for me.
Am I choppy for you guys?
Slightly, yes.
Slightly? Okay. I don't know how to fix that. I'm on my phone, so. Yeah. So Lionheart, so you believe that God destined everyone to be the way they are?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
you believe that God knows everything and knows where you're going to be in your life?
Do I believe God knows everything that's going to happen to me in my life?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And you also believe in free will?
Absolutely.
How can that work out?
Well,
it's really
you know,
not free will if Yahweh knows where you're going.
Why isn't it? If
That's
I make my own
determination.
decision. Not if I make my own decision.
But he already knows you're making that decision.
Foreknowledge is not causation.
But he already knows where you're going.
Sure.
So you don't have free will.
Of course I do. I could change my mind.
And he would know that.
So? But he knows I'm not going to. That doesn't mean that God's making up my mind. And, this is just a ridiculous argument, in my opinion.
No, it's not. It's actually a really good argument.
Well, maybe for you. I think it's rather tedious.
It disputes him being all-knowing.
I think it's tedious and ridiculous, personally.
Can you prove that your volcano god is real?
Can I prove my volcano god is real? Prove to who?
Can you prove to me?
Can I
that
prove
your volcano god is real?
Why would I want to try to prove it to you?
Well, you're a Christian. You're supposed to try and make Christians, aren't you?
Well, I'm not going to try to prove it to you.
Why?
Why should I?
Because you can't.
Why? Because, it might be a waste of time.
You never know.
Well, if you've already determined you're not going to believe, sure it is.
No, it's not. I was once a Christian, and
it would for me.
I used to believe in the volcano god.
Sorry, that's okay. See, it would be a waste of my time then.
I like that you referred to him as the volcano god, because in some instances, you atheists also say a thunder god.
No, I would never say he was a thunder god. He became an all-powerful god later, but he originally started as a war god that was a volcano.
Let me ask you something. What would you say is since you're an atheist, what is your number one reason for saying there is no God?
My number one reason?
Yeah, what's your biggest proof that there is no
God? There could be multiple reasons. Well, for your God, he can't be real.
Any God.
Well, do you realize how many different gods there are? There are some gods I don't even know about.
Well,
do we need to go through the laundry list of gods and go through each attribute of them?
That could be fun.
Because we could do that, and then you guys can also say those gods don't exist, those gods don't exist. With me until we get to yours.
Well, I'm up for that. You want to come back on another stream when ETT actually has time, and we can do that.
Actually, if ETT has the time,
he said he's closing out in about 20 minutes.
I will humor this guy for a few minutes if you got 10 minutes.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you guys 5 minutes to go back and forth without interruption. Go ahead.
Okay, you want to act like you've got something to stand on as an atheist. Let me tell you something. As an atheist, you have absolutely nothing to stand on.
What do you mean?
You have no antithesis to my synthesis. You have nothing in the way of abiogenesis to show us that life can randomly form or ever has. Okay, you have Craig Venter, who states in front of Richard Dawkins that we don't have the slightest idea how life began, and we will probably never, ever know. Okay? You guys disregard real sciences, like
what real science?
Biogenesis. Biogenesis is the principle, the science that we observe. Science is observation, and we observe that life only comes from life. It never forms randomly. We observe that consciousness only comes from consciousness, and intelligence only comes from intelligence.
Are you going to get to a point, or are you going to keep on with your candy story?
Yeah, I thought I had 2 minutes. Then we have the expanding universe, okay? 3,500 years before the telescopes told us so. God was declaring, I am expanding the universe like a curtain. And sure enough, there it is, expanding like a curtain and accelerating. We don't have any idea why it's
Yes, that
accelerating.
they
It
use
shouldn't be.
stories
It
from
shouldn't be.
older
I thought I had
religions.
2 minutes.
You
It shouldn't
don't
be
have to.
accelerating. It shouldn't be accelerating,
You
and yet
don't.
it is.
I'm not here
I
to
thought
do
I had
2
2
minutes
minutes,
quiet
dude.
time
I
to
thought
listen
you
to your
wanted to
story.
listen.
Hold on, real quick.
So if you don't want to hear,
hold on, brother, hold on just a second, just to clarify
Because
it
you're
for both
spouting
of
a whole bunch of
you.
shit that I can't understand.
Hold on,
I'm not going to be able to keep up with.
just
He's
give
scared
10
of you,
seconds.
man. He's
Just give 10
deflecting.
seconds.
I'm
This
not
is a
deflecting. I don't want to stick
give me.
around for the candy story.
Listen, I'm the moderator here. Please let me speak.
All right.
What I'm saying is this is an open panel discussion between the two of you here. I'm giving you both 5 minutes to go back and forth. So if somebody says something and the other one wants to ask something on it, you can. You both have the same amount of time. It's just an open dialogue. Go ahead.
That's how I understood it. Apparently, the old man did not.
well, if you don't want to hear the answer, don't worry about it.
No,
I'm not going to give it.
no.
I told you I'd be wasting my time. That's okay.
I'm going to interrupt you and ask you
No,
questions.
you ain't going to tell me anything. You don't
I'm
know
not
the
going to
first
let
thing
you
about this.
ramble on for 5 minutes.
That's okay. That's okay. If you can't give me 5 minutes in a scientific
I'm not going
discussion,
to. It's an open discussion. That means we go
look
back
at that.
and
Look
forth.
at the
Not you.
unreasonabableness of your position. You
Did you
can't
not
give your
understand the
opposition 5
moderator?
minutes to lay out a scientific position. That
You
means
can't.
yes, you are
That proves
intimidated.
your God exists.
And yes,
you can't
that proves
scientifically
that
prove it.
I was initially right. I'm not going to waste
No,
my
you're
time
not.
trying
You're
to
not
convince
initially
you of
right of
anything.
anything. You're
So fine.
wait.
Have a good one.
Aren't
I'm
you
done,
the
dude.
one that believes that the dinosaurs are only
I
50,000
am
years
done,
old?
dude. I'm not going to answer anything else. Why would I do that when you
Because
can't
you're
listen in the
scared
first
and
place?
you want to waste my time for 5 minutes when it's supposed to be an open discussion. Do you not
You mean
realize what an open
you
discussion
can't give
is?
5 minutes for a reasonable explanation? That's cool,
No, it's an open discussion. I can interrupt you
dude.
and
That's
ask
not
you a
how I'm going. I'm
question
not going to
on what
humor
you
you. Do
say.
you understand that, son? I'm not going to humor you.
Why?
Any
Because you
further?
don't know
I'm done.
you don't know how to have a
I
conversation
am
with
done
someone.
humoring you, son.
Don't
Do you
call me
understand
son,
that?
old man.
Well, then don't act like
Because
one.
I'm
Son. Act like
definitely
Sounds
you
like me the other
understand
night.
something.
Old man. Mandela
So,
effect.
All right. Well, what I'm gonna do is I removed him, and I'm gonna let William chime in. William, you said you had a question for Eric. I'll give you guys
Yeah,
5 minutes, and then that's it. You got 5
yeah.
minutes. Use it wisely.
Thank you, Eric. I just wanted to clarify something. We've talked several times, and I needed a like a definitive answer on something. You made a claim in our first debate that you had dinner with God every night. Is that true? Do you
Wait,
have your
what?
running shoes on?
hello, William. What's that?
You made a claim in our first debate that you had dinner with God every
No,
night.
you're not. See, you're not giving
clarify.
any context. You're not giving anything. No, I'm not going to answer your
I'm just asking you
ridiculous
to
question.
clarify whether you made that
No,
claim or
I'm
not.
not going to, son.
I'm
You
going to.
you
Then
can.
now I'm
I'm not going to
interested.
humor you either. You can either belly
must
up
have
to
your
a
running
proper.
shoes on
You can
again.
either belly up to a proper debate,
No,
or
I'm asking you a
get
question.
away with your little drive-by, little
It's not.
hit and runs, man.
It's not. You're running from me. Please don't run from me.
No, I'm not running with them.
I'm asking.
I told
did you
you
make that statement?
a moderated discussion.
I'm going to give you a chance
That's
here.
what I will
Eric,
have with
Eric,
you, and that's all I will ever have with you.
Eric.
Okay. Listen.
Vaughn, Eric.
If you guys want, I'll give you both 2 minutes each.
No,
To
that's
tell me
Can I
okay. That's
reframe my
okay.
question? Can I reframe it?
No, I will do it in a real moderated one-on-one debate.
You won't answer this question.
And
No matter
no,
what.
I'm not in your context, on your time
Okay,
and your
I'm just
way. No, I
asking you
won't.
if you made that statement. Will you
That's okay.
confirm?
I don't care what you're asking.
Well, you know it's recorded, right?
Yeah, I do. So is the context of everything that was said.
Right.
So
did
okay,
you
there
say
you
it or
go.
not?
So there you go. You have your answer.
That my answer is that because you've said two different things. You said first that you did have dinner, and then the night after, a couple nights after that, you said that you never claimed to have dinner with God.
Nope.
Yep, I have both bits.
I don't care what you
footage.
say, son. I'm done.
Okay, well, I gave you a chance. That's all I
Yes,
needed.
you
Thank
did.
you, ETT.
That's all right. If you look on my site right now, if you look at my videos, you'll see that I've got up a short version of our last discussion. As a matter of fact, the discussion of me and you, Will, on our perspective roles in God's predetermined will and His foreknowledge, and how He placed us together in this same time for a particular reason.
Oh, he dropped out. William
Yeah,
dropped.
feel free. That's a short little video. It will show you where we both stand.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, there's one last link that I'm putting out. If anybody listening, this is your last chance to call in. I'll give you 5 minutes if you have any last question or anything. You have 5 minutes. I just dropped the last link of the night, and you have a chance to click it.
Now, I will offer something too. If either one of those last two fellows would like to have an actual debate, a real debate, I will do it. I will certainly do it. I already have a place that is not my place, where we will have a moderator, a third party discussion, and it will be moderated, and it will not be a waste of time. And it will not be a thing where you can ask for your explanation and then talk all the way through it while I try to give it.
Okay,
That's a
Eric.
guarantee.
Here's what I'll do. I'll give you the chance to accept this or not. Right now, William and Red are both in the chat. I'll give you the option. I can kick them both from the stream, or do you want me to bring one of them on? I'll give you the option. Do you want one of them on, or do you want me to kick them from the stream?
Well, I don't think either one of them will belly up to the real discussion, dude. I just don't.
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
think either
So
one of them will. You see,
okay.
either one of them is going to necessitate them actually sitting through an explanation, and both of them have displayed the fact that neither one of them are going to.
It's that atheist mindset, man. It's animalistic. I don't know if you see that or not, but I do. It's an antagonizing, man. They're trying to get you to say stuff.
Yeah,
Get
yeah.
you on a little slip up right there.
Mm-hmm.
But don't feed into it, man.
See, that Lord Redfang knows right now that he could go to censorship exists, JC, CJ, JG, and set up this debate right now. William knows that too. That they could set this up right now, and then it would be a fair debate that they would actually have to sit through and listen without interrupting as people explain things. They know they have to do that, and they can't do it. They're not capable of doing that.
Oh, they're still backstage, ETT. I thought you removed them.
Well, they can't join unless me or you add them. So I gave Eric.
No, I'm just the co-host, man. I'm just here to be,
Yeah, I have the power. I'm saying I have the power to add them on or take them off. But I was polite to Eric. I wanted to give him the option if he wants me to let them on, because they both want to come on. But I'm not going to bring them unless.
Tell Lord Redfang that if he can sit through an explanation and answer me scientifically, that he's going to have to sit through 5 or 10 minutes of scientific explanations before he speaks. But then, if we all have our time, I'll be happy to show him. He don't know the first thing about this.
Yo, hold on a second. Hex, can you please click the link? I want to talk to you for a minute. You asked me a question. If you click the link, I'll give you an answer to your question. You're asking me about the chart. I have a question for you about the chart. I agree to have a conversation with you about your chart, but I just have a question for you first regarding your chart. So click the link and you can ask me the question and I'll give you the answer here. I'll give you a minute to do that. Just let me know if you see the link in the chat. I mean, shit, there should be like 10 of them there because I put them in every like 20 minutes or so new people could see it. But well, we'll bring them. Okay, I see him back there. Okay, Hex, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, cool. So your question was, I'll read it for the audience. You asked, when, I believe you meant to say, when will you be having that stream? Well, were you asking me this question? Now I'm a little confused. I think you're
Oh,
asking
no,
me
I
when
was
will I do
asking
a
Will.
stream with you? Oh, you were asking him. Okay. So say for an example, right? The next couple of days, I have people who I already agreed to do a stream with, and I have that set up. So possibly the next time I would be available would be this coming weekend. I should be able to do that. We could arrange on one of those days. Are you able to do that?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, me asking that wasn't pressure on you. I was just wondering if you and Will worked a day out yet. Because my understanding was it was mostly going to be between you two, and I was just going to be there for like one thing, and then.
Well, but it's your chart though, right? So wouldn't you
Yeah.
want to be the one to ask the question, not Will?
Well, I mean, lead the journey through the chart. Yeah.
Okay, well, I want to ask you something on that, but just for the record, William and Hex, both of you can see the private chat. I put my personal email address there. Contact me there, and we can work out when to have this discussion. Okay, both of you can see that behind the stage. Go ahead
I
and
can't.
contact me there. Take a screenshot so you have it. Contact me, and we can work it out. We'll work out when to have the conversation. And I just have a question for you, Hex. I mentioned this earlier before you stopped by about my buddy Jay here. You know, he did your chart challenge and I watched it. But I just have a question for you about it. And the question is where did this chart come from? Like is this your chart that you made up or did somebody else make this up? Where exactly does this come from?
Yeah, I created. So do you want the story of it, or just want to know if I made it or not?
I
He
mean,
wants the
I'll give you
logistics behind everything.
I'll give you a minute to explain the story. Go ahead.
Okay, so I came up with an argument about. It's actually a two-sided argument. It's an argument against the Christian worldview and the atheist worldview, sort of at the same time, just on different ends. And then I realized that I could take that argument and sort of just highlight all the nuances to the whole discussion, right? Because basically try to include every response I ever got to that argument. And I realized it was just I could encapsulate it in a picture, just a chart, and then just ask a simple question: where is your God? To a theist.
Okay. Now with this, right? Me and Jay were talking about this earlier, and we asked a question about this, and the question is, with the same line of reasoning, right? Where would you say? Because you're an atheist, right? You're not agnostic. Just so I know
Uh,
your perspective.
There's so much to it, but I identify as all three. I'm a theist, agnostic, atheist.
You can't be all three.
Yeah, you can if it's in a different context. You can be all three.
Wait, but who defines?
That'd
the
be like being
concept?
a Christian and a Hindu at the same time.
Well, no,
And
because
That
I'm a
logic just
theist.
doesn't work.
No, because I'm a theist, not a Christian.
But an atheist is somebody that doesn't believe that there's a God, but and a agnostic is someone who believes there could be a God. So how the hell does that make?
Well, so
Right.
yeah, so it's different contexts. So it's the definition of the word
Which
God.
means he just made it up.
No,
Wait,
people
where
use
can you
different
show me?
definitions for the word God.
Wait. Let me understand something real quick. You said what were the three things you said? You said atheist, agnostic, and what was the third one you said that you could be at the same time?
Anti-theist.
No, atheist, agnostic, and theist.
Okay, so let me just understand this. How can somebody be an atheist? The word atheist is defined by a person who doesn't believe in a God. A agnostic is a person who believes there could be a God that exists. how could you be both of them at the same time if they both mean something completely different?
Well, again, that depends on who you ask. As many people, most atheists include agnostic in atheism, right? So there's that issue. But then there's also, I forgot the other thing I was going to say. Oh, local atheist. Everyone in here is a local atheist. What the definition for atheist that you just implied was global atheism.
I'm not a local atheist.
Yeah, there's plenty of gods you don't
What the
believe in.
hell is a?
I'm not a
is
local atheist, by the way. I'm not. I'm the exception to your rule.
What the
Well,
hell
I
is that
believe in
reason?
other gods, so I'm not sure if that
Yeah,
logic
yeah,
would
but do you
apply.
believe in every god that's ever been proposed?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, no, but then again, because like you could say your pizza's your god, so like that really wouldn't work like that. So I don't know. That actually would be a tough question.
Yeah.
I'll give you that one.
Yeah, so there's multiple layers in which I'm an atheist, and then in a different context, I'm a theist.
You know
But
what?
in general,
I gotta
I'm an
say that
agnostic to most
I got
claims.
after
And another
after a
context.
couple of decades of studying this terminology, I got to tell you, I think that's a crock of bull. Nothing
That's fine.
offensive toward you personally,
But you can believe that.
but what I see is this. I see back in the 70s, and for 100 years before this, we have a hardline definition. Atheist is the antithesis to the theist. The theist is asked, the question is asked, do you believe in God? Is there a God? Does a God exist? The Christian says yes. The theist says yes. The atheist says no. The agnostic says, I don't know. I don't care. Or the question don't make no sense to me. That's the agnostic position. But along comes the new atheist movement with Richard Dawkins and all these people that were really anti-theist. They hated Christianity especially, and they were attacking it constantly, but they didn't want to hold up their end of their burden of proof.
Okay,
And so they began to define themselves in such a way that they could include the agnostic in their numbers, therefore automatically and in a massive way increasing their number.
I don't think you've read much of them because, for example, Richard
well,
Dawkins.
well, if you doubt that,
I'm
then
sorry
you
that
don't-
the middle of my sentence was in
sorry.
the way of the beginning of your sentence.
That's okay. I'll forgive you.
Okay.
But
So Richard Dawkins, in his own book, says he's an agnostic, not an atheist.
mhm,
So
yeah.
just as an
But
example, what you just said isn't
but
true.
he's at the same time that what I'm saying is
Yes, he's an anti-theist. but he's
anti-theist.
not an atheist.
And when he says that you should make fun, why does he describe himself as an agnostic? And yet he says that we should be ridiculed at every possible instance in public. Okay, that's not an agnostic. That's
No.
hater. Okay.
Sounds like a
There's
piece of
two
cake.
different things, right? Being an agnostic or an atheist is addressing the claim
Okay.
that God
Well,
exists.
all I'm saying
Well,
is
But when he's saying
he
ridicule
wants to- he
people, he's
wants to make
talking
the-
about a religion.
he wants to make this claim. Now, if you were to ask him, does the Christian God exist? He would answer no. Okay.
Actually, no, I think he would say probably not.
Oh, wow, that's insane. He was, after all this vitriol, you got to be kidding.
He made a whole
Yeah.
chart. He made a whole
So-
chart in his book and described what he was and where he was.
Yeah,
on the chart.
yeah.
It was this-
So let me redefine
reasoning.
atheism in such a way that it can include all these agnostics. So our little 1
didn't
and
do
300
that.
or 400 can look like 10 or 20 out of 100.
He actually didn't do that. He did the opposite of that.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, well, you've never
No,
read the
he
God
didn't.
Delusion. Then,
Now
'cause he
it's
did the exact opposite of
now
that.
they want to define it as the lack of belief. We don't believe. Well, neither does a ping pong ball, man.
Okay,
You're not a ping pong ball,
Are you? Wait, are you complaining to me about what other people do?
No, I'm just telling you this is typical of these new atheists, man, because
okay? But this
they
is
don't
like what
have
my
a
wife
thing to
does.
stand on. They don't have a thing to stand on when it comes to science. They can't stand on anything in abiogenesis. There's nothing in evolution for you to stand on. You talk about every fossil is transitional, but you don't have a
Now we're about
single
fossils.
you don't have a single test to prove even one transitional fossil is indeed transitional. Not a single one,
Who are you
because you
talking
don't have
to?
the DNA for these fossils.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to whoever. You.
The
I'm talking
void?
about atheists in general. The whole thing, man. Atheists just make this stuff up.
Okay, let me chime in real quick. Let me chime in. The real question that I wanted to ask you besides that was about your chart. You were talking with Jay saying, well, the God can't exist because, well, where was he before the creation? But then me and Jay were joking about it's like, well, wait a second. With your view, couldn't we use the same thing against you? We can use your own chart against you and say, well, wait a second, where were these particles that collided to create the Big Bang? How were they in existence before there was any existence? So your own chart can be used
Well,
against you. How would
I
you
would say
respond?
existence is eternal. Existence
Okay,
can't not exist. That
okay,
doesn't make
so
logical
how
sense.
so how would it be wrong if I say that God always existed? Well,
He
would
can
that be
always
like a
exist. That
So
fits in
if
the
I
chart.
was okay, so if I was to go and you do your chart challenge, and I just say, well, God always existed, how would you counter that? Like what could you pull out of
What do you mean counter?
your
I would put
magic
him.
hat? What could you pull out of your magic hat as the next card to flip to me to show that my God doesn't exist?
Well, that's the thing about the chart. I never show someone that their God doesn't exist. I get them to imply it or say it. That's why I like it.
But could you give me like one example of how you could do that? Like how exactly would that make sense?
It's going to give away some of the, I guess, some of the hangout later, but I guess I can. Yeah. So, do you believe God's the ultimate thing? Is he the necessary being?
The ultimate thing, I can agree that everything that exists in the world, including us, came from the Most High. Nothing existed without him,
And so
which
nothing
means
existed without him.
right, nothing existed without him, who was the one that brought everything into existence.
Okay, so existence. So he made existence. And by the way, keep in mind, existence isn't just the universe; it's everything.
Well, I don't believe in the universe.
That's fine, but all I'm saying is the words aren't equivalent in my chart. Existence is everything in my chart. So is he
Wait,
before everything?
could you say that again? You said in your chart, correct?
Yeah. That's the usage of the word I'm using. Existence.
So just so I know, so your own chart that you want me to do, and again, I accept the challenge. I will do it. But you admit that this is something that you just made up, correct?
I said that in the story. But make
Okay,
up? What do you mean? It's
so so
true.
if
It's
you made it
factual.
up, what is the validness of this? Like what does this validate?
It
Since you
violates no law of
agree that you,
logic, so it's valid.
but who decides that? Because you admitted that you're the one who made it up.
Logical rules. That's what we measure it against.
Logical rules, but well,
Yeah.
who the hell is the one who decides what those are?
Human beings.
Yo,
The
hold on a
logical.
second. Yo, this one guy, we got you.
Hey,
Can you hear us?
yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay. Um, go ahead, continue with what you were saying.
Oh,
Hex.
human beings created the different versions of logic. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'll let you get to the point. Go ahead, continue.
I'm sure. Oh, so do you believe? So you think he's before existence?
Well, I mean, of course, if the Most High was the one who created our existence here, he
No,
must
not
have
our
been the one.
existence. Existence is everything.
Well,
Right.
we as creation conceived to be reality was created by the Creator. So our reality of what we perceive as being reality was created by the
Okay,
Creator.
but if you're going to use reality, it'd be all of reality. That would be the equivalent of existence. So it's our reality and
The
any other
physical
reality.
the physical Earth, which is the only, well, again, I'm a flat earther, so
All
we'll
right.
disagree on that. But the physical Earth that we're all on, right? The physical reality that we all exist was created by this being.
Oh, okay, great. But did he create all of existence or just all of our existence?
If you want to use technical words like that, the answer would be all of our existence, such as since we are the creation, everything that we perceive to be in our existence was created by the Supreme God.
Okay, so there are things that are not him that he didn't create.
No, I
That's
think
what's
what we're
implied in
doing.
what you said.
I think we're having a little disconnect because I think we're just playing semantics. Is what I think we're doing.
I mean, you can think that. All I'm saying is existence is everything. Everything. Literally everything.
Okay, here's a
So
knockout.
did your
Did
God
the
make
world?
that?
I'll answer the question, but let me respond with this first. How old are you? How long have you lived on the earth? You'll see why I'm asking.
35. 35
Okay,
years
cool.
old.
So did the world exist 70 years ago? You agree it did, right?
I think the likelihood of that is very, very high.
Oh,
Yes.
well, well,
I don't.
hopefully
I
we
don't think
can
I'm a
agree
brain
on
in a
that.
vat.
Do you know what a last Thursdayist is? The last Thursdayism. Do
Yeah,
you know what
last
that
Thursdayism. I love it. It's a great idea.
is? But anyway. The reason I asked this, it's like before you knew about anything about physical reality, before you knew anything about anything, before you were even conceived, before you were even created, this physical world was still here. So there was something before you came into physical existence. So with that being said, why would it be unreasonable to say that there could have been somebody that existed before our physical world came into existence? If you can
That
agree,
has nothing to do with what I asked.
please let me finish. If you can agree that the physical world existed, say hundreds of years ago, before me and you were alive to experience what we call reality.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything unreasonable about that statement.
Jay, do
It's
you want
also
to
not what I'm
chime in?
asking. So
No, man, I'm getting actually kind of tired, man. So I'm just here chilling.
right. So
Okay,
is existence again is everything. It's not just some little part of it or just our world. It's everything that exists in our world, outside of our world, wherever God is, God Himself, everything. It's everything. So
Exactly, he's everything.
yeah. So did God create existence or not?
I'll answer it again. What me and you, as physical beings living in a physical world, what we perceive as being existence, was created. And
Is that
this
a yes or a
being,
no? I don't
please,
know.
let me finish. So our existence was created by one who existed before our existence.
Okay.
Like I don't know any other simple way to explain this because even by your belief, there was something before existence. So you're
No,
cut with your own belief.
that's not my belief. No.
So you don't believe in the Big Bang.
I the Big Bang says it starts with a singularity. It doesn't say there was nothing and then something.
How was there a singularity if there was nothing in existence?
What do you mean nothing? Big Bang says there was something, a singularity.
Okay, give me a little breakdown. Like I'll give you 1 minute. Just give me a little breakdown, just so I know your background, so I don't misrepresent you as far as your belief about how the Big Bang happened and like how this all began. Just I'll give you a minute to
Well,
explain.
it's just a theory. I don't really believe it or don't believe it. Like, there's no way to. But okay,
Okay,
the theory is there was a singularity, and then from the singularity there was an expansion, and then given that over time you get the universe that we have. That's all it is.
well, what's the singularity?
It's a point in space.
A point in space, but there is no space though yet.
No,
That's
no, it
technically
is the
true.
space.
It
The
is the
singularity
space.
itself. The
What does
point.
your agnostic mindset set in with that, though?
It has nothing to do with God.
So it's also a place, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Because
it's the
it
only.
can't
It's the
also
only
be the only
place.
place. It has to be a place.
Yeah, it's the only place.
The
Just so happens the only
singularity
place
is
is a point.
supposed to be the cause of the expansion.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of theories about how it goes from singularity to expansion.
How can it expand if it is? That doesn't make any. It cannot be something more than what it is of itself. So there is no expansion that it has. It's simply a form of itself. That's impossible for it to change what it is.
There isn't really an explanation of how it goes from singularity to expansion. The theory exists because we've supposedly observed the universe expanding, and if you see the universe expanding over time, then if you play the clock back, you would end up with a singularity.
That's just a breath of fresh
That,
air.
yeah, that's all it is,
It's just
though. There's
breathing.
nothing else to
It's
it.
just the breath of God. How do we not know that we don't see that as God moving?
Oh, maybe.
Like
So
if you
that,
really think
like,
about it, right? If God, because the singularity would go in the same concept of God, because if God's before of everything of creation and existence, God is everywhere. He is every place. Where is he? He is there. He's here. There is no
okay,
place that God is not, even
okay, but
before and after
we're
creation.
but we're way off the
He's
topic.
here. He's everywhere. He's underwear.
I was asking if
Underwater.
ETT thinks God created existence, and by that I mean, did God create everything?
He created
Okay.
himself.
Okay. Let me read something real quick. Let me read this for the
Go ahead.
audience. I'm gonna go to Colossians chapter 1, and I'm gonna go to verse 16 and read on down. It says, "For by him were all things created, that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether it be thrones or dominions, or principalities or powers, all things were created by him and for him. And he is before all things, and by him all things consist." And that's all I need to get there. But it's
Is it?
clearly
Because it
showing
leaves another question: is God a thing or a nothing
it's got a thing or a nothing.
or
Well,
nothing?
my,
Yeah.
my understanding of it would be we do see verses in the Bible that speak about, say, for an example, Exodus chapter 15, verse 3 says, "For the Lord is a man of war." Now, what does that mean? Am I saying that the Lord, like physically, has a body right now like me and you? Not necessarily, but he has like a form. Like, say, for an example, I don't know if you believe in something paranormal, right? With like ghosts, they have a form of a person, but they might not have like a physical flesh and blood like me and you are walking around with right now, but they still have a form of a being. So God's form would be like the form of a human being, just like how it says that we were made after his image,
Yeah.
right?
He'd
Well, I
be
mean,
a black man.
you don't. I don't think you have to have a physical form necessarily to be a thing. You could be a spiritual thing. You could be a God thing. There's a thing. Calling something a thing basically just says it exists.
Yeah, I'd say that's a bad conflation too, because spirits can have both visible and physical form, if that makes sense. Sorry.
So,
It's
Well,
like
I'm
air.
not
so the
necessarily
question
disagreeing.
is, if God created all things, He's clearly a thing. Did He create Himself?
We don't know, man. That's the wonders of the universe.
Well,
Let me respond. Let me respond with this. Let me respond with this. Based on what we know according to the scriptures, all we can see is it speaks about how God has always been there. Now, we don't know exactly, how, say, for an example, what you're asking us, the Bible doesn't give us an exact answer to this. All we can say is that the Bible says that he's always been there. So if you ask me going by the scriptures, that's what I have to answer by because I subscribe solely to the scriptures. So that's what the Bible says that he's always been there, right? That he was the one who created all these
okay,
things. So
so
that's the answer
he's
I have
always
to give
been
you
in
by the scripture.
existence. Is what you're
According to
saying.
the scriptures, he's always existed. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Now that's
So
beyond our human comprehension. Like, say, for an example, let's say this: if you could fathom that the Bible speaks about, that those who believe in Christ are going to receive everlasting life. That's literal life without end. You can't even fathom that. You can't, fathom living, 5 billion years. Our minds today, we can't fathom something like that. That's beyond our comprehension. So it's also beyond our comprehension to understand, how this being could have existed forever. That's beyond what our brains are able to comprehend.
well, you understand though, if he's in existence and he's always been in existence, then existence has always been too, because he's in it. He's always been there. And then God is no longer the necessary thing. Existence is the necessary thing, and God is contingent.
What I think
You
we're
understand
getting
that?
mixed up at is when the Bible speaks about when he formed everything, it's talking about our physical world where us
Yeah.
physical beings are living. So it's saying in the beginning, when this place was constructed for us to dwell here, that's the beginning that the Bible is speaking about there. That's
Yeah,
what
and
it's saying.
I keep on asking you about everything, not just the physical world that God made. Right? You understand
I'm
that those are
answering your
different. Like the
I'm
physical world
answering
is included, but that's not specifically what I'm talking
okay.
about.
All right, I am answering your question the best that I am capable of. But I do want to point out that even by your own logic, you don't even agree with your own chart because you were starting off with saying that there was, you said some type of like parallels or something like that. You used the million
Parallels.
dollar word, um, to say, yeah, well, technically, with this Big Bang, it's like, yeah, there had to be something there to start this thing off. So you agree in some form that something did exist before existence. I don't
No,
see how we
I
can
think
technically
I
surround
think if the Big Bang is correct and there was a singularity, that it would be in existence. It might actually be the only thing existence is at that point. So
I
no,
kind of
it
get it a
doesn't.
little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't disagree with me at all.
I can see your little point right there.
Yeah.
I still don't
break it
agree
down.
with it, but I can see what you're saying.
Okay, so going by the mainstream narrative of the Big Bang, right? To say that, not necessarily sure how it happened, but going by the theory, there were like particles that collided that created everything we see here today, right? So the main question that must be asked then is, if nothing existed at that point, then where were the two particles that collided that created everything? That's the $1 million question right there.
Well, yeah, no one has an explanation of how it goes from singularity to everything we know.
Okay, so by the same line of
Ooh,
logic, how can you get
spiritual
on there
KO.
and say the same thing if you admit that
This
going
is
by
like
your
the third
theory?
time I've said that in here. Like,
Spiritual
You
KO.
just got cut 6 ways to Sunday, my boy.
Yeah, there it
is
is.
it? Okay.
Catchphrase. I love it.
So do I. That's why I say it.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah. I don't have the right to say it. I can't.
You're shot glass deep.
Yeah. This brother Hex, this brother is what we call shock glass deep. ETT is Challenger deep, but Hex is shock glass deep inside. So,
Oh no.
Challenger deep. Yeah, challenged. All right.
Jesus.
oh, that's a good one, man. That's a good one. I'll
Yeah.
give you Raph credit on that one.
Trust me, I'm challenged too. I know.
In other words, me friend, you strike was weak, right? Your strike was weak inside.
No, I
But
can understand.
in all seriousness, Hex, do you have any like good points or anything? Is there any other thing that other than your chart that you'd like to bring up in our last minutes or what?
Oh, you just mean like different arguments or topics or something?
I mean, I'll give you a couple minutes if you got another topic other than the only thing that a lot of atheists talk about, this whole thing about objective morality. I'm tired of talking about that. So bring something else other than that. If
Something
you can do
other
that,
than
you're welcome.
objective morality.
Somebody said ask them about Mandela effect.
Ask me about Mandela. Okay, ask me about Mandela effect.
Have you been seeing what we've been getting into lately?
No.
No, you gotta check it out, man. I went into some dude's stream the other day, called him their hero, Brian Staveley, the Mandela effect guy. I told him he's a Mossad agent, and ever since then, we've been all going back to back against the Mandela effect.
Has somebody been wearing you guys out about objective morality?
I mean, going back weeks ago when I went on with all these atheists, mostly on like Rojo's channel and stuff like that, that's like the only thing they like to talk about for hours and hours and hours on end.
That guy seems intimidated by my swagalicious style.
Oh, I got something on it that isn't an argument for morality being objective or not objective, but it's still on the topic.
We were having a discussion a couple of weeks ago, and Hillary's email was arguing against us that I think Hillary is Christian, isn't he?
Yeah.
We were talking about objective morality, and he disagreed that morality was objective. I thought that was rather odd.
Yeah, in the Christian worldview, it can't be objective.
What's that?
In the Christian worldview, it can't be objective.
What do you mean it can't be objective?
Objective in the sense of the morality topic is independent of a mind, but morality is laid down in the mind of God. It's up to God whether what's moral or not.
The mind of God.
That was the
Shrek.
That was the argument that they tried to lay down too.
Yeah.
You know T-Mog?
Do I know T-Mog?
Yeah, T-Mog. You said the mind of God, the YouTuber.
No, I don't know.
Oh, ETT's best friend.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
this
that was
guy. I'll show you a picture of him. Hold on. I don't mean to cut you off, but you say you don't know him, so.
Fine with me. I mean,
People are mentally retarded.
wow. I mean, does anyone here deny that God has a mind and a will? And
Did you know that guy?
no, I didn't.
well, that was
Define
the.
what you mean by mind.
You're making the same argument that Hillary's email made, and
Yeah,
I
but I'm wondering
disagree.
if you disagree with him. Actually,
Yeah, I disagree. So I took it to two resources. I took it to first a friend that I have that does have a degree in philosophy, and they told me I was absolutely correct. I even gave an example of somebody that created an actual universe on a computer. Blah blah blah.
What's your friend's name so we can verify?
But I went on, and you can verify this. After I got his admission that, yeah, I'm absolutely right about this, I took it to AI. And here's the question I asked to AI chat. Does God's subjective morality become objective morality from the point of view of human beings who are subject to God? So there we're admitting that this morality is objective, it is subjective to God, but is it objective from our point of view? And the answer is the question of whether God's subjective morality becomes objective morality from the perspective of human beings who are subject to God is a complex theological and philosophical issue that has been debated by scholars for centuries. Goes on to say,
pretty
different
standard.
religions
Yeah.
and traditions and philosophical perspectives offer varying viewpoints on this matter, but here are a few perspectives, and it offers three. 2 out of the 3 agree with me. One is divine command theory. According to divine command theory, moral objectives and duty
Hey, ETT, I gotta get going, man. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, that's
are
cool, man. That's cool. Everybody else, just so you know, I'll go 20 more minutes, but I'm wrapping this up at 4 because I gotta get going. But we'll go for 20 more minutes, and then I'm gonna call that the stream. So go ahead.
that's cool. So it says divine command theory. According to divine command theory, moral values and duties are grounded in God's commands. In this view, God's moral commands are considered objective because they are based on God's nature and are independent of human subjectivity. From this perspective, God's commands determine what is morally right or wrong, and human beings are obligated to follow them. Moral realism, number 2. From some philosophical perspectives argue that objective moral values and duties are exist independently of God. They suggest that moral truths are discoverable through reason, and that God, being perfectly good, is aligned with these objective moral standards. In this view, God's commands align with objective morality, but they are not the sole basis of it. Number 3 was moral relativism. But I went on to ask it right after this, do the first 2 points, divine command and moral realism, agree with my point that God's morality is objective moral law from the standpoint of human beings?
The second one does. I don't think the first one does.
Well, the answer to both was yes. Both
I get it.
Yeah.
Well, you go through a lot of work, but why didn't you just look up what the word objective means?
I did, but I wanted a thorough answer to give to people that were saying
Then
that
open up an
it's a
encyclopedia.
subjective mind.
No. Encyclopedia.
Yeah, you
So-
open up an encyclopedia, you get a whole description, not just a definition.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, at least this is an answer to those that would say that no, there's no
Not
objective
really.
morality.
Not anyone that knows anything. I don't believe for a second that you talk to someone with a philosophical degree that told you
Well,
that
I don't
something can be
frankly don't care if you believe me or not, but
that's right. That told you
that's
something can
okay.
be
I don't
objective.
care if you believe me or
Yeah,
not.
that's the second time you said that. Thank
That's
you.
okay. We'll take it home
Is
and
it a
smoke
third
it,
time?
bud.
Okay, great. I'll do that later.
Yeah,
I
make
don't
sure you
believe
do.
that you found someone with a
That's
philosophical
okay.
degree that told you
That's okay.
that something objective can be dependent on a mind. I don't believe that.
That told me what?
That's I'm calling you a liar or
That said what? I think you
not
misunderstood something. You better repeat that. It said what?
Oh yeah, you're either a liar or you're.
That said what?
That they told you that something objective can be dependent on a mind.
I didn't. That ain't what I said, dude.
Then you don't know the topic at all.
That ain't what I said.
That is what you're
yes,
saying.
Yes, I know the topic.
Just
I
for
asked
clarity,
it because you don't understand the question that I was addressing.
Hold on a second. I'm a little lost.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Could someone refresh me real quick?
I was talking about something Hillary's email said. Hillary's email. I was having a discussion with Hillary's email, and Hillary's email disagreed with me that morality, God's moral law, was objective.
Yeah,
he was saying that it was subjective. And I said, I disagreed with Hillary's email. I said that God's subjective moral law, from our perspective, it is objective moral law.
Yeah.
May I give an answer real quick, sir?
Oh, okay.
I would, as a Christian, I would also say that it's subjective. The only reason why is because if it was completely objective, all of the earth would have been underneath Israel as it is. It seems to be objective now because we're in all nations, so to speak. But back then it's subjective, and it remains subjective because the God chose a people, and that makes it different between everyone having the same morality.
Yeah,
Rather, chosen people have gods in a sense, guiding ethical morals to live by, which even they themselves can't meet up to, as we see in the story of the Bible. That's why I'm saying that's what I because the whole nations and the separation, that's what makes it subjective and not objective overall. But it is objective in the sense because it is within God's hands and will to make it so. If that makes sense.
Yeah, let me even comment on this real quick. Let me comment.
Okay.
So going by what I'm hearing, right, about the objective versus moral laws, something like that. As far as the Bible laws go, right, the laws that we're commanded to live by, those laws were up to God to decide, why He views this being as, moral versus this other thing as being immoral. And as the Creator, He's the one who decided that. Just like, say for an example, right, if we were to create AI intelligence, right, since we would be the creators of them, we set up the regulations that they have to operate around, so it's very, very reasonable, I'll let you continue.
Okay, so people that disagree with this confuse objective with relative and non-relative. They're two different dichotomies. Objective simply means independent of a mind. Subjective means dependent on a mind. Relative means it can change from place to place. Non-relative means it's the same everywhere. You can have a subjective standard and it be non-relative, right? This is what you get in the Christian worldview. What is moral or ethical is dependent on God's mind. But it's not relative. It doesn't change from place to place because there's only the one giver. That all that stuff's entailed when you read like divine command theory, and they say to the human point of view, it's objective because they're not putting in all the information. They're simplifying it for you.
My that's why I asked you the definition of mind, right? Because to me, we don't necessarily know if God, in a sense, has the mind as we perceive mind. Because you're not talking about like a mind derived from flesh and like from matter, right? Because that's what we can assume Christ has that, right?
No, in the Christian context, or even most religious context, the mind would be the spirit. The mind's the animating
Yeah.
force.
How can the mind be anything that's physical? For sure. Yeah, you can't. I don't see how it can.
I don't see that as the spirit as well. Consciousness in that sense is does not in a sense coincide with spirit.
Well,
It
consciousness
might,
is a
but
different thing.
well, that's what I usually think of when people go to mind. Like, if I wasn't a Christian and I heard you say mind, I would think of consciousness. I wouldn't think of spirit. That sounds stupid to me.
Consciousness means being aware of something, being aware of your outside. Right? You can have a mind and not be aware of an outside.
Right, but okay. So the only reason why I bring it up, it goes into like forms of life and those lives not having, like I said, how do you call it, brains or consciousness or in a sense spirit, but they're still life. Could it be possible that if God was like these life forms, since He is the giver of all life, and we don't know what form or shape He is, that He can't possess the things to give them objective morality? Is what I was saying. Sorry if that was hard to spell out. For me at least, it was hard to explain it.
I think I missed part of that.
Fuck. Sorry. I
Yeah.
apologize, ETT.
I don't think it was your fault. I think my brain just like farted for a second, like in the middle of your
2 liter Jake, could I ask you what
paragraph.
do you have an opinion on the 2 liter or the 2 slit experiment, the double slit experiment, and the ramifications on what that might mean for our consciousness, our soul, our spirit, the real.
You asked 2 letter J the question, just so you know he's not here in the chat anymore.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, anybody then.
My understanding of that is I don't think it has a place. It's just the way it just shows the function in which particles can write on, and devices of observation recorded it being able to switch through, like when there's observation, not by human eyes or anything, but by like devices. Somehow it knows when it's being like observed, so to speak, by the device, so it acts one way, so to speak, and then instead of acting in another. So that has something to do with some odd thing with observation within the particle, and that's an odd one. So as far as my knowledge comes aware of it, yeah.
Yeah, it gets super weird. They have like the delayed choice version of the experiment, and there's different versions of the experiment where they kind of get, in a sense, the particle to observe itself, but back in time. Have you seen that? It gets
I
even
haven't
weirder.
heard of that.
Yeah, the double slit experiment's like it's the iceberg on top of the water, but it goes way down. Like
I did see where they've got it up to. I think they've done molecules that are over 5,000 atoms large now through the double slit experiment. I think that's pretty fascinating. I do have to wonder though that I kind of view this as evidence of that would hurt a materialist point of view, and I think that this tends to prove that there's an invisible realm that the world we just normally don't see. I think that's pretty good evidence for it.
I mean, most materialists believe in the quantum fields. That's what the material literally is. So I think anything quantum fits right into their worldview. If you found something that didn't follow those rules and there was no explanation for it, and it didn't seem to follow any rules, that would destroy their worldview.
I don't know. The ones that I know have a problem with the idea that this kind of implies I guess you could say, somebody that plays the role of a creator when it comes to the Big Bang. Because if we're going to say, like, for instance, if it's true that there's a wave function that collapses upon observation, then what this proves is that if the mathematics are correct, E equals mc squared, and the mathematics that Guth used when he was figuring out expansion, sudden expansion, huge cosmic in a blink of an eye expansion, all of these things, matter had to act like matter, particles had to act like particles. There had to be an observer. There couldn't have been a collapsed wave function and all of this acts like matter. I don't think. I mean, there had to be a collapse of the wave function for it to act like matter, right?
I don't know if there needs to be, but we've done the experiment where the particle itself is the thing interfering with itself. Right, so in the past. So the literal future of the singularity could have been the thing that made it stop being a singularity.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that yet.
Yeah, it's called the delayed choice experiment.
Yeah, delayed choice experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only they're
Thanks, sir. I just made a freaking meme in my head. Have you seen the I think it's called, what's that, the Zoolander meme where it's like they're looking back at each other?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, imagine that with the particles, like in the verse, it's like doo 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 doo. They're looking back at each other, squinting, like, "Hey, what are you doing here in the past?" Like the Flashpoint thing. I don't know. It's another meme. Never mind. Sorry, my ADHD. Sorry, Eric. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. That was called a what? Delayed what experiment?
A delayed choice.
Delayed choice.
Yeah.
And I think that might have observed itself.
Yeah, that's one of the explanations. They prove that the future affects the past on the quantum level. And then there's like advanced versions of delayed choice. So there's like I'd have to look up the names, but there's like the extended delayed choice and like the split mirror delayed choice. There's like a bunch of them where they try to tweeze out exactly what's going on.
Well, it seems like this even just goes further. It says the surprising implications of the original delayed choice experiment led Wheeler to the conclusion that no phenomenon is a phenomenon until it is an observed phenomenon, which is a very radical position. So they're saying, in other words, no phenomenon is a phenomenon until it is an observed phenomenon. So if we take the Big Bang and replace that for phenomenon, the Big Bang is not a Big Bang until it is an observed Big Bang.
Okay, Eric, just real quick, I want to say this. I'm closing the stream in 4 minutes because it's the 4-hour mark. But here's what I'm gonna do. I added everyone from the backstage on, and then here's what I'm gonna do to be fair for everybody.
Oh no.
ETT?
We lost him.
He was smoten.
He was.
You done been smoked.
Uh-oh.
He got raptured.
Something happened. Someone.
I'm gonna go ahead and start, and then when I'll give you a warning when you're down to the last couple seconds, and we'll end it off like that. I'll give everyone a chance to give their final thoughts on the conversation. So Eric, go ahead first.
Well, gosh, this is to me, this is pretty much saying the same thing, that there had to be an observer before the phenomenon could be considered a phenomenon. So I think hands down, the theist position scientifically is a good position. It's the winning position. It's the one that we don't have to be embarrassed by. I guess that's it for me.
Okay, cool. Thank you for coming out, man.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, anytime. Hex, I'll give you a minute. You can go ahead and give your closing statements.
Oh, okay. I think the Christian God, as written word for word in the Bible and limited only to word for word in the Bible, is possible. I think as soon as you add uh, any of the extra stuff that Christians read into the words or any dogma that they have, it starts making it impossible. And observation, in the scientific sense here, doesn't mean someone looks at it. It means something's interfered with it.
or
Okay.
measured it.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say
Devices.
okay. Thanks for coming out, Hex. I'll definitely reach out to me at that email and we'll work something out, man. This one guy, go ahead. You get a minute to give your closing statements.
My closing statement is I don't understand why I even have a closing statement. Maybe it's just the end of the show. I must have missed something along the way, but goodbye, everyone. Have a good one, I guess.
All right.
That's it.
Okay. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is William. I'm gonna give you a minute to give your closing statement, and then after you, then I'll let Red give his closing statement, and I'm gonna end out the show. Go ahead, William.
Okay, well, all I gotta say is, Eric, you can't run forever, buddy. That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much. Red, you got a minute to give your closing statements.
Oh shit. Let's see. Lionheart, you need to stop talking about science because you definitely don't know anything about science, and you need to actually stick to trying to prove that your God exists without using science. And I'm done.
Okay, okay. All right, so thank everybody for coming out tonight. We're at the 4 hour mark. If anybody watching in the audience made it to the end of the stream, go ahead and put hashtag soul in the comment section. Just a little inside joke with our main comedy of the night. But anyway, if that being said, I'm gonna say shalom.